Salam alaikum, ma'at shawut, nama usra, and salutations to all. I am Bach Abner Ray, your host for part 4 of the live impromptu call on Monday, 21 July 2025, the final celebration of the 18th anniversary and founding of the Continental Moorish Yamasi Empire, in parentheses CMYE-IRK, on 18 July 2007. In this live call, we will give you a brief summary of the previous 3 days' presentations and continue to focus on the extraordinary work of His Imperial Majesty, Sam Hu, Samson Ray, Sam Hu, Amini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote. Our moderator for today's presentation is Lamar Lemons. Now it's my pleasure to begin with the recitation of the pledge. Begin all acts, breathing, and thinking by saying Kalum, parenthesis all, by way of the infinitive flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of the universal traveler, space, dweller emperor, space, Samhu, Amini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, Zen Uru, space, smiley face. The pledge of the Imperial and Imperial royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, space. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial royal flags, I vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly. To the imperial laws of our Imperial and Imperial Constitution that governs our Imperial and Imperial royal empire, to this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, both family and friend, exclamation point, to ensure that all have their equal rights. To this cause, I will lay down my very life. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal and national flags, I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal. As I will, so mote it be. Chant enchantment, and it is done. Chant enchantment, and it is done. Chant enchantment, and it is done. I say, so be it, so it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen Uru, and power we shall have, end quote. Thank you. Eesh, smiley face. Know thyself. Smiley face. On behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, space, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, end quote. We welcome and thank you all for joining us for day 4, the concluding celebration of the 18th anniversary of the Continental Moorish Yamasi Empire, so CMYE. We are celebrating not only a date connect, but a cosmic realignment and geopolitical resurrection of ancestral authority. This anniversary carries deep metaphysical, historical, and sovereign weight in the continuum of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, in parentheses all caps, ECMYE-IRKR, and the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses all caps, IROHEM. In conjunction with celebrating the establishment of the Continental Moorish Yamasi Empire, We will continue highlighting the life work of the sovereign who made it all happen. His Imperial Majesty, space, Shamhu, Samson Ray / Samhu, Amini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote. Throughout this presentation, there will be breaks for questions and answers, and we welcome your participation. Exclamation point. Please be certain to note your questions, comments, accolades, and concerns to be addressed during those designated times. Therefore, we ask that you adhere to the following house rules, : First bullet, we ask that you keep your mics muted and videos off. Next bullet, we ask that you speak clearly and respectfully when addressing His Imperial Majesty, : Next bullet, for those logged into Zoom, we ask that you use the raised hand feature, and please wait for the host or moderator to call your appellation, your name, prior to speaking. Next bullet, please state your appellation, your name, clearly before asking your question. Next bullet, please limit your questions to a maximum of 2 to allow time for others to present their questions. Next bullet, if you choose to put your questions in the chat, please be clear and concise. And lastly, please focus on the subject at hand. We thank you in advance for your attention and cooperation. Now I'd like to give you a recap of our previous day's activities. On day 1, we focused on Empress Saint Cyr El-Maria, a reintroduction. Empress Saint Cyr El-Maria is historically and empirically documented as the sovereign Marquise de Maison Rouge, an empress of the Washistaw-Turner Tunica Moors de Dactymonia. Her connection to the Washistaw Moors and their territorial claims is foundational and sovereign in nature. Empress Saint Cyr El-Maria stands as the sacred matriarchal cornerstone of the Imperial royal house, restored to global and ancestral memory through the sovereign authority of all caps H.E.M. Samhu Amini Ray. Once erased from colonial historiography, Her Divine Majesty's legacy has now been re-enthroned as the original empress of the Al-Moroccan Moorish nation, connect preceding and empowering the masculine line of governance. As revealed in the Imperial Proclamation and Affirmation in the Imperial Royal Post, she is not merely a historical figure, but a living codex of divine law and matriarchal governance, holding jurisdictional weight across imperial cultural, ceremonial, and cosmic spheres. Her spiritual embodiment affirms the sovereign womb's role in the very architecture of imperial rule, serving as the balancing counterpart to the imperial flame and completing the dual throne axis of the all caps CMYE-IRK. Yes, this is Bacab. On day 2, we focused on Emperor Sidi Muhammad Abdullah El-Khatib. He was born 1710. His death was : 9 April 1789. Some records suggest 1790. The reign period: he ruled Morocco from 1757 until his death in 1789. Below, I'm going to list a few key accomplishments of Emperor Mohammed III of Morocco. In parentheses, Mohammed bin Abdullah reigned from 1757 to 1790 as recognized in historical and empirical accounts. Number one, he reopened diplomatic relations with European powers, especially with France, Britain, and Spain, helping stabilize Morocco's international position. Number two, recognized the independence of the United States in 1777, making Morocco the first country to do so, and established the Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship, in parentheses 1786. Number three, strengthened central authority by reorganizing the magazine, in parentheses Imperial administrative body, and asserting control over rebellion tribes and provinces. Number four, promoted economic revitalization by expanding Morocco trade ports, including Essaouira, is now Mogador, which he founded as a strategic commercial hub. Five, reduced piracy and brought greater regulation to sea trade, increasing foreign trust and investment in Moroccan coastal trade. Number six, advanced religious education and arts, sponsoring mosques, madrasas, and Sufi orders, strengthening the cultural legacy of the Alawite dynasty. Seven, reinforced territorial integrity by defending Moroccan frontiers against Ottoman and European encroachments. These accomplishments collectively strengthened the sovereignty and diplomatic stance of the Moroccan Empire during his reign and formed part of the imperial recognition found in the CMYE declarations.
Okay, Bakar.
Yes.
Hey, Salam alaikum wa rahmatullah. You mind doing that over because we got her picture up now. So when you was reading it, we had a little technical issue going on. So if you don't mind, yeah. So her picture's up now. So if you don't mind going back through that one more time, and
Okay.
so when you're speaking about the Empress, they can see her now. Okay.
Okay.
She online. Okay.
All right.
All right. Cool. Then we're gonna
All
put
right.
Muhammad up when we get to him. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
All right. Day one, we focused on the Empress Saint Cyr El-Ayamaria. This is a reintroduction. Empress Saint Cyr El-Ayamaria is historically and empirically documented as the sovereign Marquise de Maison Rouge and Empress of the
Marquise.
Marquise
Marquise. Marquise.
Sovereign Marquise
There you go.
de Maison Rouge. Thank you. Empress of the Washistaw-Turner Tunica Moors de Dugdemania. Her connection to the Washistaw Moors and their territorial claims is foundational and sovereign in nature. Empress Saint Cyr El-Ayamaria stands as the sacred matriarchal cornerstone of the Imperial royal house, restored to global and ancestral memory through the sovereign authority of all caps H.E.M. Samhu Amini-Ray. Once erased by colonial historiography, Her Divine Majesty's legacy has now been re-enthroned as the original empress of the all-Moroccan Moorish nation. Connect preceding and empowering the masculine line of governance. As revealed in Imperial proclamation and affirmed in the Imperial Royal Post, she is not merely a historical figure, but a living codex of divine law and matriarchal governance, holding jurisdictional weight across imperial cultural, ceremonial, and cosmic spheres. Her spiritual embodiment affirms the sovereign womb's role in the very architecture of imperial rule, serving as the balancing counterpart to the imperial flame and completing the dual throne axis of the all caps ECMYE-IRKR. On day two, we emphasize the Emperor Sidi Mohammed Abim Abdullah El-Khatib, born 1790, death recorded at 9 April 1789, in parentheses, some records suggest 1790. Reigning period. He ruled Morocco from 1757 until his death in 1789. I'm going to list a few of his accomplishments. Number one, reopened diplomatic relations with European powers, especially with France, Britain, and Spain, helping stabilize Morocco's international position. Number two, recognized the independence of the United States in 1777, making Morocco the first country to do so and establishing the Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship in 1786. Number three, strengthened central authority by reorganizing the Makzine, in parentheses, imperial administrative body, and asserting control over rebellious tribes and provinces. Number four, promoted economic revitalization by expanding Moroccan trade ports, including Essaouira, now Mogador, which is founded as a strategic commercial hub. Number five, reduced piracy and brought greater regulation to sea trade, increasing foreign trust and investment in Moroccan coastal trade. Number six, advanced religious education and arts, sponsoring mosques, madrasas, and Sufi orders, strengthening the cultural legacy of the Alawite dynasty. Seven, reinforced territorial integrity by defending Moroccan frontiers against Ottoman and European encroachments. These accomplishments collectively strengthened the sovereignty and diplomatic standing of the Moroccan Empire during his reign and form part of the imperial recognition found in the CMYE declarations. Emperor Sidi Mohammed Ibn Abdullah El-Khatib, sovereign of the Moroccan Empire during the landmark 1786 Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the United Small U States Society of America, is established by all caps H.E.M. Samhu Amini-Ray as a direct ancestral and diplomatic predecessor. Far beyond a symbolic historic figure, Sidi Mohammed III is recognized as a fundamental node in the living empirical trust that links Morocco to North Amexem through blood, treaty, and territorial sovereignty. Day three, we focused on all caps H.E.M, Samhu, Samson-Ray, /Samhu, Amini-Ray, quote, Adelo Ye, end quote. Over a 22-year sacred continuum, beginning with his former claim of the life in 2004, and progressing through fundamental diplomatic filings, gold trust sureties, and sovereign apostilles. His Imperial and Imperial Majesty, Samhu Amini-Ray, has authored and enacted a body of imperial and imperial writs that constitutes the spiritual, lawful, legal, and governmental resurrection of the Imperial Continental Moorish Yamasi Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom Republic, in parentheses all caps ECMYE-IRKR, from the Yamasi and Washistaw declarations of 2003 to the 2007 Emperor's Directive -0001Z, capital Z, establishing CMYE all caps as a sovereign imperial estate, and culminating in the 2013 constitutional ratification, in parentheses ICCMYE/ECIRK. His Majesty's work has unfolded through imperial government decrees, international missions, sovereign gold-bond instruments, and interregnum activations. Each act of state-connect from the 2009 apostille to the 2024 notices of accession and the Royal Post Declarations: -connect was executed in non-protunct timing to harmonize territorial time with imperial cosmology. His ascension to the absolute imperial seat is not merely a political arrival, but a cosmic alignment of sovereign territory and divine right, recognized through imperial and imperial constitutional mandates and recorded across CMYE-IRK, all caps, UN declarations, and global treaty law. A brief summation of a few of his accomplishments. And we're talking the all caps H.E.M. Emperor, Samhu Amini-Ray. Number one, restoration and activation of the Continental Moorish-Yamasee Empire, CMYE. Two, establishment of the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish-Yamasee Empire, in parentheses ICCMYE, all caps. Three, creation of the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses, all caps ECIRK. Four, issuance of the 999 sextillion normal gold sovereign bond and surety. Number five, establishment of the normal International Central Bank, in parentheses NICB. Number six, global diplomatic recognition through United Nations accession declarations. Number seven, institution of the Imperial Royal Post and Royal Decree system. Number eight, formation of the Imperial and Imperial Executive Secretariat, Pahatak. Number nine, formalization of Imperial missions and ECMYE-IRKR office, in parentheses, IROHEM, all caps. Number 10, recognition and use of apostilles and treaty instruments from 2003-2004. That concludes that reading. Okay, at the top, we have the banners. We have the absolute from right to left. We have the absolute royal sovereign, dash emperors, imperial and imperial royal flag, colon. To the left of it, we have imperial royal office for his dash imperial dash majesty for the imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, republic. Great flag, colon. To the left of it, we have the mirror dash more 48 dash star of peace, full faith and sovereign gold dash credit. Great flag, colon. To the left of it, we have the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all caps, Republic, for the country of United States, small s, national flag. Quote, the old is independent, autonomous, that's autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, end quote. The incarnation of Samhu, Amini-Ray, on Ta - Mother Earth as his - imperial and imperial - majesty, colon space, emperor, colon space, Samhu, Samson - Ray / Samhu, Amini - Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, decrees and grants limited delegated authority to all dominationals, non-executive directors, in parentheses, all caps, NEDs, and non-directors, in parentheses, NDs, who are skilled and qualified to assist in operating this sovereign state's jurisdiction. The purpose is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce and cultural variegations for the properly formed and operational republic state, pursuant to the Imperial CMYE-IRKR, all caps, republic, for the country of United States small s, droid. Today, we showcase some of the miracles of all cap H.E.M. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Eesh! Exclamation point 3 times.
Oh, there were no questions. Hey, Salam alaikum, Asharu. There were no questions for that. So the bio you put together for us tonight.
You have any questions? My question is, given the time frame, why was it important at this point to reintroduce the Empress and then later to highlight the life of Muhammad?
Well, everything work in threes, you know. So when we activated the demarcation line 1713, that was the part of bringing her back into that energy, because I go back and pick it up from that date. So by her being the last on record for that jurisdiction under her, doing that time zone. Because you remember, Treaty of Uptrick, your trick was 1713, right? Right?
Yes, correct.
All right. So that's 1713. That made France was already over here in the States, set up camp, everything, because you go all the way back to Louis 15. You feel me?
Mhm.
So they was over here for a while. You feel me? So it's that record, you see. So that they knew about her, the land, everything, but they had authority over it. You feel me?
Mhm.
So whatever happened after we lost authority in 1713, we get the record that we get down the road. You feel me?
Right.
But at that time, you had two foreign states, countries, Spain and France, come in and say that they are the protectorates over the imperial land rights, uh, over the imperial land rights and um imperial land and sovereignty. Oh, over the sovereignty and the imperial land rights. So they created Haiti, all that stuff. All that stuff outside of 1713 is what they created as protectorates over the throne of Saint Say Ayamari. So you see McKinney Muhammad, all that through that time. You feel me? All them zones through that 713 all the way up to 1789. You see all them years?
Yes.
United States forming, well, United States of South America forming, Emperor's land. So that make you see things surrendering. You feel me? So um when you coming out with certain claims that we have put out there, such as like the notice of accession series, you feel me? Um that series where you claim sovereignty, that's under your realm. You feel me? So
Okay.
that Washita, all that stuff that's in our dockets, official documents, all that stuff put on the world scene under apostille. You feel me? So they had by right, they had by right, they had to speak. Answer. United States, everything about it. You feel me? So
Okay.
because you certain, under judicial immunity of states and their property, you stating certain property that has states on it, you know, calling itself republic states on your land. Haiti, all them type, they can't go back, they can't go past 1713, you feel me? So if they can't go by 1713, well, that way, under my realm, I got authority through treaty by activating Treaty of Berne to negotiate all that and reestablish that whole system on this proper venue. So, question comes to your mind about why would they take out of history or their
Yeah.
story, history? You feel me? You only take somebody out of history if you I won't use this word, trying, we say attempting, coach, on our level, to hide something that you don't want somebody to see. Outside of that, why would you take a completely out of history? Because she was married to a European race or monarchy, and they wanted to hide the fact that they got, melanin blood in the bloodline. Really? That's the reason? You see? Got to be something outside of that, because when I wrote the Declaration Decree, I intentionally wrote in there, no. 17, she didn't need Louis the 17th to get no damn sovereignty. Louis the 17th needed her to regain his attachment to the St. Ildefonso treaties and all that. Other than that, they wrote the boy off as dead. Remember? I'm talking to you, because come on now.
Yes.
All right. So why would they hide her? They talk about Anna Marie. You remember the first POTUS term when they had an Anna Marie ball down in Mar-a-Lago, you feel me?
Sure did.
Letting you know about they read our contract, right?
Yeah.
Worry about missed it. Don't worry about it. Anyway. So just like I got the authority to raise the Emperor's flag, that you see on the right there, all red flag, his personal flag, y'all see out the documents with the red, white on it. That's his personal flag. But the nation flag was all red. So now you see that flag got my crown on, royal crown. You see? So
Yeah.
I own the Washistaw, all the millions of acres under my crown. Anybody they got to come through my house now. Drew Ali, all his stuff is based under the 5th Marquis de Masson rule. So we got to go through and clean that up as we coming out. But that's rural property. They ain't got no right to use that rural property like they doing. You see, so you see that bloodline. So you got that, to pick it up all the way back to 1713. On the hair ring, everything, Quebec all the way down. That's on docket. They only show you the maps of what they want you to see. Quebec and all of them got your maps, got your everything. Morocco, everything, got everything. United States, they say got 6 stories underground of your stuff. Feel me? It ain't all about Morocco down there now. They got the Washistaw, everything down there. Because what was the only 2 the native tribes that they told us back in 2004 that the United States couldn't allow, they say, to come together.
Washistaw.
And we said, what you talking about? This came from the sheriff department out of the cab down in them days. He said, well, the Yamasee and the Washistaw are the only 2 native tribes that the United States ain't got no legal, lawful, administrative contract with at all. So them 2 can't come together. So we said, what? But we already came together. And they said, how? Through treaty. See, behind the scene, you had certain people saying things about us that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. But on the bar scene, they knew exactly what they were talking about. See? So you gonna go with people out there on the street, or you gonna go with the bar association? You feel me? Make sense to you?
Yes.
Makes sense.
So the bar association seen us as a foreign state, having unlimited authority outside of their jurisdiction. So they couldn't talk about you, right? Why would they talk about someone they can't touch and give everybody else that opinion, that thought that they can go be a part of that. You feel me? So they can touch the Moors and all that stuff because they go get the apostille that stay under the governor's jurisdiction. You feel me? You got me?
Repeat that last part one more time.
I don't know. You help me out.
You said about the jurisdiction.
Okay. What about it?
I was asking, I didn't hear it all. Could you repeat that part?
Oh man, I got lost.
My bad.
Let
Cut in and out.
me see here a minute. Where was I at, y'all?
The
You said
apostille that the Moors were parading did not give them the correct authority. That said people couldn't run to them because they had no jurisdiction.
Say that
no
again.
government. Yeah, that's the part I missed. You said what? It didn't have no jurisdiction?
He was saying that there were people who couldn't get past the apostille that the Moors and everything, so they were running out to join with them, but it couldn't take them anywhere.
The emperor had just left off from the Yamasee Nation and the Wichita tribe, the people that the United States couldn't
The two
touch.
native tribes that they
Right.
couldn't, they had no jurisdiction over. That's where I was at, right?
Yes.
And then I said we already done that, right?
Yes.
Right.
So
And then they
treaty.
said how, and we told them through the contract. But see, they told everybody about the Georgia contract. So when we was dealing with Pennsylvania and you know, me, North Carolina, the officials was looking at us like we were crazy. You feel me? Because you got a contract from Georgia that recognized your state. The part they didn't tell them is that we was also recognized by the State Department of the United States. So they had this thought that we was out there being renegades. You feel me? Couldn't take it out, you know, we don't violate the contract, you feel me? So by them not telling their officials that we was also had the State Department on our stuff, you feel me? They threw a monkey wrench in everybody's way of thinking. So now when they found out I was still in court when I told you I dropped it off in court on that case in the cab, they said what? For Khufu Ranu Z. Santanel to stand under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, he had
to show where
to show where his country, his state is recognized by the United States. And the judge put her glasses down and said, well, Mr. Santanel, do you have that proof, that document? And I said, oh yeah, by the way, I got it right here. She said, so you telling the court today that you got a document that the United States of America, whose Colin Powell is the Secretary of State now, recognize your state? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, could the court see this? I said, of course you can. Brought a copy just for you. Oh, that shit was amazing. And then I said, so can I bring it to you? And she said, I get some drink. She said, well, sure. So our bishop, you know, he's sitting in the thing. He said, as soon as I crossed that barrier to carry it to her to receive it, because the sheriff was scared to come touch it, or the marshal, they were scared to come touch it. But she looked at him, he's like, no, I ain't going nowhere near that. So I had to take it. So when I crossed the barrier, man, that courtroom was full. I mean, you standing room only. You feel me? But when I crossed that barrier, boy, they said that door open. By the time I turned around, man, you seen folk getting out of that courtroom. There wasn't nobody left in that damn courtroom but Moon people that came with him and Deuce people that came with him. And I told y'all about that old lady that was sitting over there in the corner. You feel me? That was the only thing left in the courtroom. I mean, you had every official in the house. CIA, FBI, postal inspectors, officer inspector general, Georgia finest, of course, the county, city, everybody. I mean, when I first got there, they was all in the parking lot. He's coming down the stairs. I can hear him. And I walked through that damn beam when you gotta go through. They escorted me around that sucker because my ID. That's the day that doors open up. You feel me? So I went in there to do what? Perform, right?
Yep.
Anybody give me a blueprint or this what you gotta say? You gotta do it all this? No. I had to create it. Why? Because I had a state. Nobody got no damn state. And they recognized me on record as Khufu Ranu Z Sampson L. That's what she said, Mr. Sampson L. Sampson dash L. She said open court. Because I told him I was there for my government. This guy named Darius, okay, cool. You see, you had a contract with him from my mama from the birth record. I told him. I said, but see, on record, he's owned by Khufu Ranu Z Sampson L now, who you're standing here looking at, okay? So you don't have no more property over that corporation because he's nationalized under his own venue now. Oh, the whole courtroom shut down, son. I mean, you see, I got 2 seats at the post office, don't you?
Yeah.
They never seen nothing like that for their life. That's why they came on us so hard, because we hit them so hard they didn't know where we come from. Because they like, so they tell us they don't want us no more, no. And we gave them a seat. The full faith and credit we got from Georgia as a state. If Georgia say they got a court, well, you got a court. Don't Georgia got a court? Well, you got a court.
Mm-hmm.
If Georgia got a university, don't you got a university? Georgia got a bank, got plenty of them. Don't you got a bank? You see? That's why they did when they gave you that full faith and credit as a state. Everything they got, they said, okay, you can do it under your own what? Venue, autonomous. See? You see that, right? Now you go get the apostille from the State Department. So now the State Department saying what? You can go anywhere and do that. Wherever we got an embassy at, you is. You starting to get me, right?
Yes.
See, that ain't something you grow in overnight, right?
No.
Now you see why it takes years to grow in that kind of power, right?
Yeah. You had your music on. You got your music on.
You know it. Yapping?
Yes. Emperor, you mentioned that there was a treaty between the Yamasee and the Washistaw, right? And I know you filed that in the CMYE-IRK, but why wasn't it necessary to file it at the UN?
What? We never filed at UN.
Pardon?
No, we never filed at UN. You ain't got nothing to do with a foreign state.
Okay.
Now, Chief Black Eagle, who was former chief of the Yamasee Native American government via matter of fact embassy, when he, as being head of the United Nuwaubian Nation Moors, he filed a United Nuwaubian Nation Moors Constitution, 92. He filed that at UN. So when he put that Constitution of the Yamasee Native American government via matter of fact embassy, he said now that Constitution got a home. So now you got seriously constitutional power because you got a sovereign state that's already systematized and recognized with a IPO number, Indigenous People Organization number, 208-1992. That's been on my paper since day one. You ain't never seen me move for that. Because when he chastised Homeboy inside of that same letter that he wrote to Homeboy that he read out loud to everybody, which I know to this day, wish he would have never read it to everybody. But he would see, so you know, he wasn't under the impression, or he didn't know that we had a treaty with the Washistaw. He didn't have that understanding. Other than that, he wouldn't ever chastise the way he did. Because he said, by you putting the 2/15/1993 number on our paperwork, you can't go out there on the scene making them type of mistakes. But he didn't know by us, the family, all that bullshit going on back then. The fact that chief down in Georgia, like chief, he didn't let everybody know what he was doing. So he didn't let even him know about the treaty. When none of his business, really. If you look at it. So when he chastised and said he had a 215 number, 215/93 number on the paperwork, he said we have our own number, 2/8/1992. That's Constitution. See, they run down there playing around with some old 2/8/1999 crazy number that they got on their paperwork. They ain't never got approved. That's why that stuff is so madness out there. They doing them Sabians. I said madness. That's madness. Can't be right thinking you pushing that kind of madness. But anyway, so now the Constitution got a home. See, by him not even letting them know about the Constitution, the treaty, he never let them know about the other co-signers to the government. So that was a treaty signed. That was a contract signed in March before we signed the treaty with Washistaw. That was matter of fact embassy. That's why you see the paperwork says matter of fact embassy via the embassy name of government, because matter of fact embassy came first. The government can't sack it. So it was matter of fact embassy who signed the treaty with the United Washistaw-Turner, as Crown Prince was Ramsey El-Bey was the Crown Prince of the Washistaw Nation at the time. He had all the power, authority granted from Empress Saint Maria. You feel me? You got your light on, right? Kazan. So when we signed a treaty with them, all right, we understood the embassy got land and the Washistaw got land. Whether you got colonials on it, whether or not, don't make a difference. Still your land. Because we knew they didn't have no right for law to claim it. So we traced ours back all back to 1513 on the embassy government side, okay? So when we got the government on the 20 authenticated, we made Chief Black Eagle the head of state on the 19th June. Then we got the apostille signed in Georgia. That's when I signed. You feel me? Third signature on there. So they authenticated my signature as a secure party. You got your own state now. So you see, when I went and told the post office, what? No. Jurisdiction over Darius Sampson when I got the employment with you. But now Darius Sampson is owned by Khufu Renew Z Santhel on his own foreign state. That's why they sent me a letter saying, what? Okay, but Darius still had to come to work and abide by the rules of the post office rules, which is no problem. You feel me? So they understood the transfer of ownership, right? That's why they proceed to think, right? So then why they send 200 managers down to Atlanta to find out who signed us in? It's me and the moon. You see how heavy it was back then?
Yeah. But you said something a few minutes ago that
hold on, man. Let me get this out.
Okay.
So when we got the state authenticated on 20 June 2003, that made the Washington had to walk. We gave them their own jurisdiction. So now you see me as deputy consul over the co-signer of the treaty of the contract with the embassy government via my embassy, also nationalized under United Washistaw-Turner, as I'm deputy counsel, secretary chief. I'm chief, Maku chief, but he created a position as secretary because I couldn't be in two governments at one time. But I was the overseer of the United Washistaw-Turner. Unbeknown to me, he put the whole damn crown prince, everything under me, and told me you gonna save the land and make sure you go. Like I said, I told you last down the call, save the empress. He already knew what her dad and her brothers were gonna do. He said save the empress. So he already knew what they were gonna do. Y'all heard some of that last night on the call. People saying
Right.
they got something about Washington filed somewhere, and they ain't got her up front. What's wrong? Everybody picking off with Emperial. Same thing they did back in '99. I got her ready. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
For
Okay.
me, we got on. You know me. I sell my own ship. You see what I'm saying? So that's a part of our statehood. That's what Emperors are. We got different. I got different states, so I can use it whatever I want to do with it, which I am doing. And you see what I'm doing now with it. Everything. It's part of my mission. So down the road, as they get their act together, she want to come and have a sit down and break bread. We can move forward. But outside of that, I got total jurisdiction over the Washistaw Empire. If you go read them posted claims, that's a true sovereign claim.
Mm-hmm.
So you go read that posted claim, that's a sovereign claim. You got postal seals. You created your own postal seals
Right.
jurisdiction all the way back to 1700. That the post office saying they got an anniversary this month anyway, based on what on your seal. Because what you got two postal governor seats at the post office. Board of governors can never leave because of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
See, so when I came in, you had them two sovereign states. All right, so you talking about the Watchtower, right? All right, then boom, let's go all the way back to say, yeah, I got Maria, right? Huh? Because you was only told a certain portion of what she had done from them and how they understood Return of the Ancient One. You feel me?
Right.
You feel me now?
Yeah.
I was looking at that should be a comment out there, little ye comma there. Well, that's a typo. Anyway, you see, so now that under your supreme authority, Juvenus, Glandier, Majesty, y'all know all that stuff. You learn it more every day. You feel me? Just by being able to tie that on your appellation, you able to do what? Go all the way back, pick it up, can't you?
Hmm.
But why they say in the diplomacy book, if some sovereign out there on the market is claiming they're a king or whatever, if they are just news, Glandier, Imperial, Majesty, honor them, they supposed to have behind that title, right?
Yeah.
So you don't put it behind your title if you are of that jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
What that jurisdiction carry you back to? It carry you back to Nibiru. It carry you back to where? Avsu. Carry you all back to when? All the way back to where? Ray, Lamu. Ancient names of this galaxy before they changed it to Greek. If you change it up there on the fifth line down quote Adelo, you got a period, that's supposed to be a comma. I see something moving. You feel me? So that makes sense to you.
It does.
So now you see why I had to go back and do what? As I'm coming out. Y'all knew this thing is so big. You see what I'm saying? It's so big, you can't put it all in. You know, you see when I first hit the scene, 2021, I called everybody out, right?
Yes.
Then I came and opened up the gates of hell in 2022. The fire lit at me on the 6th January 2022. You feel me? Just happened so a year before, they had a ride on DC. But when the fire lit, it came when it's supposed to come. A year later, 6th January, that's when the fire lit. Never to go out again. What happened? 22 days later, what happened? I opened up the gates of hell. 22 days after that, I found out what I did, right?
Right.
You see? That's part of that mission. You say you had birthing pains, right? Y'all know what I went through. 396 days, right?
We did.
Came out flying, right? What that girl say? Perfect, right? But y'all know there wasn't no damn, y'all know what that was a damn alien.
Right.
You like, what the fuck you eat, right?
Right. It definitely wasn't a stone.
Definitely wasn't no damn stone. But anyway. So you see me growing, you see me since the gates open, I got $1 million a day. That was told to me 22 days later, right? I said, with everything working around 58, I said, I must be entitled to 580. Boom, that happened it. Like, damn. So look at your Grand Assembly that I told them about back in 2013. And people were saying, why his Grand Assembly? And you see, I kept my mouth shut, I had to grow into it, right? And they
Right.
came to me. You feel me? Then they came to us last year talking about they what? SERE, Sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, right?
Sure did.
So now you see, so you got a whole galactical name now. You feel me? And they said that, they said, well, this man, I'm rolling. You feel me? You know, so now you see what we did now. So now that I have activated Saints Maria Authority, which I already raised her. So I did 91 on last year, 2022. Y'all remember I did the whole bloodline because I'm a brother's keeper. Feel me? So then I came to get it this time. Why? Solo. Because she what? She part of the flame. You feel me? So who gave me the appellation? Crown Prince Ramsey Bay, Ramsey El-Bey. You feel me? He said what? You gonna save the empire. You the one. I found who I'm looking for. Thunderfire. I ain't had no clue until about a couple weeks ago. And how it come to me. When it come to me, what? It's time to move, right?
Yeah.
Her energy is now, you see? Now we got to go through, we got another piece we're gonna put out for those who want to look at that video, and as soon as it start, it jumps. That what I'm doing, that with YouTube. So we got another we're gonna put out. I think it might have went out last night, but now we put it out tonight. That so you can hear the whole piece without being cut about her authority. You know, so make sure you got a clear picture of it. You feel me? So tonight was just impromptu that we said, you know, I asked for, you know, bio or everything we did the last 2 days. So that's why we came in like that. And so, you know, we organic. So we moving. All right. And one more step before we ain't make no damn moments, no mess up, because that's when I finally arrive. All right. But until then, we are organic, right, y'all?
That's right.
And we don't mind
Yeah.
letting you know we're not making mistakes.
Right.
We're not cleaning too, right?
Right.
Yes.
That's right. Right.
That's how you develop, right?
Correct.
All
Yeesh.
right. Can I ask that question now, McCann?
Yes, but one of the questions you mentioned that Mount Arafat embassy existed before the state. I always thought the embassy came out of the state. How
Oh,
was that?
no. Well, that's because the way we came, you see, because when you go back to, well, you got to go all the way back through the SRLA days when Chief Black Eagle or Imam Isa back in the 70s when he first stepped on the scene under that jurisdiction of the charter that they had, you know, overseen by Ansar Allah community, set up by Chef Daoud, which was given permission from the State Department to practice that type of Islam under the jurisdictional protection diplomacy of Sudan. So he had that until up to 92 when he dropped Islam and picked up Nawabu. Sudan dropped him like a bad habit, you feel me?
Mhm.
That's what everybody missed, you feel me? So that was on that protection all them years up in New York when they was studying Ansar law. So now he had charters. He gave out 2 charters from what I know, what I learned from the Klan. And one charter was to boy down in Georgia, de facto chief out of Philadelphia. And the other charter was to he looked just like him to me, but they said that his son, but you know, up in Boston. And so with the charter that he got from de facto chief Latif down in Georgia got from the Ansar Allah under that jurisdiction, well, that became Mount Arafat Embassy.
Okay.
So from that charter that he established from the chief, he was able to create his own university, all that kind of stuff, you feel me? And moved on that other side that a lot of people didn't know. So when they came down to Georgia, there was a big conflict going on because some thought he was trying to replace Chief, but there was, to me, he always called himself Baby Doc, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Speak language, all that stuff. So, pretty good at it too. But anyway, that's where that came from. So we signed a treaty with United Washistaw-Turner. Crown Prince have already basically set up his United because Empire Washistaw-Turner, what Emperor set up, that was unheard. That's her. And she sitting on that seat. Okay. They got Lil Moore out there, I think. They were 12, I think, Prince that she commissioned, from what I heard. So United was uniting all them to bring it under that one banner so they can move. But he knew when they got, and our bishop told me and taught me, when they got that land, everything with the Empress back in 91, they was part of it. So they told them they couldn't get full-faith credit from Spain, they had to get it from the United States. So we came along, what we were doing, we signed a treaty because then we moved on forward. That's why he was so inspirational in getting that apostille from the State Department. But nobody knew I was up there with the postal case with certain people, me fighting the post office from my state. You feel me?
Mhm.
So I had eight EEOs. So you see, I was rolling with them. Because we just couldn't get along. So when they were dealing with getting the state, and I told you about secure party having somewhere to dock themselves. Oh,
Yes.
I was, I'm fighting I'm fighting them, because they clicked out at the post office. You feel me? So if you don't kneel, you're gonna be a good boy. They just couldn't break me. So I mean, seriously, they told me, some dealing with them and their attorneys and all that stuff in them cases, you ain't gonna never beat the post office. You can never win. But that's what he got. I remember the guy told me, he said, listen, because he seen I'm moving, put on that case 289 million. This black attorney, African American attorney for the post office, told me to move in our face at one of the interviews, sit downs. He said that ain't no black man worth over $5 million. I looked at that man, I said, excuse you? I said, so now you're gonna tell me how much I'm worth? Moon said when I left, we got that little heat thing, right? Moon said when I left, he said that turned looked at him and said, he's gonna be trouble. Moon said that turned and said, he's gonna be trouble. You see? Start to get me?
Yeah,
I became a whole lot of trouble then.
sure did.
You gonna come tell me that.
Took
You
over.
gonna tell me that in contract law they see a black man is only valued at $5 million. Wow. I said, check that shit out. You see how they look at you?
Yes.
Yep. I like this kind of trouble then.
Right.
See, and I ain't have no attorney, because no attorney could touch me. I told you, I sent my paperwork down to Willie Grady, down in Florida. He sent that shit back the next day. I still do my best to figure that one out. Only way he can do that was fly it back up. You feel me? Because it showed he signed for that afternoon, Monday at 3, and it's back in my UPS box Tuesday morning. So I'm doing my best to figure out how that happened. You feel me?
Right, because he had to open it up and read it.
No, you had a
And then
letter in it. There was a letter in it saying that neither him and nobody else in his firm can touch me. He wished me the best in the case.
Private jet.
So that's what it sounds like.
You feel me? So then when I went in court, they got them court-appointed attorneys. And one of them denied when I stood up. And when they told the judge, they went, no. I said, so you gonna stand and represent me? Man, you done lost your damn mind. And one of them got him left. Told the judge 3 of them. Said, no, I ain't getting nowhere near him. They still called me the $900,000 man down in Georgia. Because my security agreement, my contract. Any act of harassment, that's $900,000. Why they call me the $900,000 man? That's why the post office agreed to pay me every day until we settle this claim with $900,000 a day. That's the contract.
Wow.
That's why they say, that's why they told me, they said the post office can't lose the case, because if they lose the case, you own the post office. Last time I checked, I won the case, right?
Yes, you did.
And they agreed in
That's
that
right.
contract to pay, they agreed in that contract to pay the corporation $900,000 a day, and the secure party, or whoever, he sent, the secure party sent it to, $9 million a day. That's every day until we close the case. That contract, you got two board of governors sitting under your venue. On that 48-star flag there, you see me, right?
Right.
To the point where you able to retroact your rural post office back to when? 1775, right?
Wow.
So you seal, right?
That's right.
Then you create a rural post and put it on the world market. And is it on your seal?
That's right.
Yes, it is.
And was it on your last mailing out? Was it on your paperwork?
It was.
Because of what? You sent out what? Different mail, right? Like that shit. What else you got?
All right. Can you touch a little bit on Muhammad III?
Well, in his jurisdiction, when the United States authenticated the contract, I was already, like I said, I became a sovereign prince 4 March 1789 within 30 days commercial grace. So when they authenticated 11 February 2004 as a sovereign state, I became a sovereign prince on 4 March. So you beat all deadlines because you got a 60-day window to do anything in international law. Y'all learned over the years, over months. You feel me? So within the 30-day commercial grace, with 22 days, that 22 go again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get the authentication of the State Department on 4 March 2004, and 11 March 2004, and on 4 March 2004, you do a claim of life, claim -of-life to the land, indigenous, autonomous -autonomous to the land. And then the United States just did what? They just created a sovereign crown prince. Start it?
Yeah.
They gave that crown prince, which is who now emperor, authority to do what? Write his own apostille. Create his own damn state. Under his venue with the Washistaw-Turner and everybody else he got contract with, he's able to create his own damn country. In 2007, that's why I called it Continental Mauritius Empire. We're no state. It's country, because we already had a state, Yam's neighboring government. So a Chief Black Eagle, who had 10 years to activate that seat that we put him under, if he gonna lose the seat, well, we got to keep it going, right?
Right.
So he never activated, so that's why he advocated his seat. And the brother over the United Washistaw-Turner, called himself Zakor, chief, he advocated his seat because you had a United Washistaw-Turner sovereign state, and you had a Yemisi Nediman government via matter of fact embassy sovereign state that had full faith and credit from the state of Georgia, major if you want to look at it that way, and then got authenticated from United States State Department as a foreign state, state to state. So we got apostille #1 they had the same venue, but they didn't operate that way because they was listening. Too many of them want to be sovereigns out there and arguing with the people in Fayetteville and Allentown with all that bullcrap they got out there on the market, and we missed the whole point. Me, I just sat back and watched them make a fool out of stuff. I have them say a lot of times, why don't you come in and straighten it out? I ain't got time to deal with them. I had to fight that case, you know what I'm saying? And once I came out of that case, nobody showed up. I felt right. Kind of like I feel today, right? You feel me? Ain't got time to hear nothing. That guy saying nobody show up. Nobody showed up with me and my magic. You feel me? Now you got them somebody they want to be a part of the magic when all no, you weren't nowhere near. You feel me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have you on the line. Just make this all straight. You got to italicize something, no, something not. Make it all straight pretty quick. You feel me? How you feel? What else you got, Pecan?
All right. Any questions in the chat or any questions from YouTube?
Yeah, that's straight Emperor. Oh yeah, it's your Emperor. Okay, with Muhammad. Okay, so by him doing that with this, when I got there 2004 and I already had that full payment credit. Okay, well that attached me to everything dealing with the United States and Morocco because of our paperwork. You feel me? So with our paperwork become a sovereign state, well, that attached me to the Treaty of Peace Friendship because it's in outside our paperwork. But you see CMYE-IRK, and then you have CMYE-Moore. And then you got the Washistaw, which ties all that back to our Morocco or our Moroccan. You feel me? So by them doing that, okay, well, they lost, remember, they cut themselves off 1871. They left the 4 and went for the as a democracy, or the new citizen as a C. So once they sign themselves off of that contract, after Abraham Lincoln, they can't go back. But they never put in their paperwork where they can sign someone in, authenticate someone in, and they can go back. See, because they authenticated a sovereign prince, crown prince, and the only way you can go back and raise the flag up, you got to be a crown prince.
Okay.
Starting to get me?
Yeah.
Same thing with the Yameson government. The only way I was able to save it like I did because of what? I'm a crown prince. Because only a crown prince can come in and claim the sovereignty of a foreign state that didn't activate itself properly. That's why you see it in the Declaration. They didn't properly perform. So as a sovereign prince, I can come snatch that damn authority. See what I did, right?
Yeah.
What were they saying back then today? You can't do that. You can't. You see me do it? Did I do it?
Yeah.
See, because they didn't understand contract law. They thought they did. You can't come tell me. You can't come tell a sovereign what to do. When you got this much full faith credit, anybody on the ship. That's why when that Nubian cat would try to file that crazy paperwork, and they told him you need to go talk to who? Khufu, head of state, or Moon, or that guy down in Georgia. Why they have me up first? Because they know I own it. They wouldn't be a state without me.
Yeah, that
Make sense to you?
makes sense.
Makes a
Hey,
lot
like
of
them out. Anything else now? So that's great. Okay, so with Muhammad, going all the way back to him, that gave me authority to do what? To raise his flag. Same thing I did with the Master Fire Daddy. That's part of my soul. See? So when they cut his flag down, what George Washington said, they say what it in their books, he cut the cherry tree down. No, he cut the red flag down. So they didn't decommission the flag. So only a true sovereign, remember who I am, can come and raise that flag up like I did.
Right.
You haven't had an emperor after him. So only an emperor can come and raise a predecessor flag. Because they broke it down to Sultan, then it's all the way down to King Muhammad, it says now. You feel me?
Sure.
So what they got? They went for absolute to constitutional to executive monarch. You starting to get me?
Yeah.
But only 3 sovereigns recognized in Africa as kings is Muhammad, Lesotho, and that brother that's out there that, ain't got no ties, that little small little nation right outside of Lesotho going over to the west. What do you call it? Start with E. They're the only 3 true sovereigns in the whole country of Africa. So you got all these cats where they claim to be kings and Yoruba kings and all that. No, they pay homage to the government. They ain't got no damn jurisdiction, do nothing, talk. So you see, so that tied me into what? The 100 million to go. Why? Because I picked up the Constitution. Constitution is bound why? With 100 million gold. 48-star flag. See? Now it ties me all the way past into that red flag now, you see?
Yeah.
Now you see how I danced all the way back, right?
Yes.
I told you I went in that vault, had to come out, right?
That's right.
See, because everybody got to try to tell you or attempt to tell you how to use or assert your authority when they ain't never had it. You can only assert it when you got it, right?
That's right.
Why? Because it make you think that way, right?
True.
Like you become the ambassador now, it make you think that way, right? You
True.
become the secretariat now, it make you think that way, right?
That's right.
Outside of that, you thinking on their turn, whatever Mega talking about, whatever that boy going on, DC talking about, whatever, world going on, the war, that's all you talking about. You ain't got nothing to think about it.
That's right.
That's right.
Over here, you got? You got a whole state. You got diplomacy. You got everything. You got a whole lot to think about now. No.
You
Guess
do.
what? Guess what? It's time for y'all to perform, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm back, y'all. Y'all know, Come on, what you got? Who next?
Any other questions from the chat?
So you go to the next slide, right?
You go to the next slide. Are you doing the bio?
I said, now you should help a lot of people out right now because this don't fully understand them. So, okay, what happened here is that we had a little technical issues yesterday, so we're gonna run through these 28, right? Is what you get ready to do, or you get ready to do the bio?
Would you like to do the bio first or the recap? Now you pick app.
Oh, we're gonna go straight to the Q&A, not the I did a recap. That was what I did in
You did a recap on So
So
you're
you
gonna go
have
to the
to go
bio
back through
now,
those.
but we went to bio. I mean, I'm just saying we got 58 to go through tonight.
So let's go
So
straight to that.
that's put the bio on the end. If we got time, we'll read it. All right. That makes sense.
All right, so we go into the
Because
question.
they can go online and read the bio. You feel me?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. And plus I got to update it where we at now, so that's cool. So we read it last night, so we got it. Okay. So let's get here and get out the way. We got 58 to go through, right?
Right. So I yield to the
All right.
moderator.
All right.
Salam alaikum, ma'at sharuth.
You see, there you go, y'all. You see him again? We just had that conversation there.
Salam alaikum,
Y'all hear him?
ma'at sharuth. What am I saying wrong, Emperor?
What you mean? What you didn't hear yourself? You didn't hear yourself speak? You went into some Malaikum crap that deal with Islam. We're not no Muslims.
I'm saying
So when
malikum,
you say Malik, Salam Malikum, that
right?
goes back to the Moor. You know
Okay.
what you know where it go back to? Merlin the magician, the Moor. I know that guy looking all Caucasian, I know, but he looked like you, right? And he was over the walk, the sacred Ogun plot, magic. So he taught Salam Malikum. We added with magic, Ma'at Sharuth to it because I'm magic being. Okay, that's our greetings. So when you go into Salam, Salam, I'm leave that alone. They say Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. That's Islam. Whether
It
you're
must
Sunni Islam, whatever, that's how they pronounce and greet themselves. Okay, so that's when you bring part of them into us, you mess up our vibe because you deal
that
with
it,
magic over here. You dealing with greetings over there because they got to bring Allah before them on everything. Okay, we understand that. We went through them schools. Okay, so but we are who we are. But we talking about Merlin the magician, he taught that sacred wisdom. So the church came in and changed it from Salam Alaikum to Assalamu Alaikum to get away from that magic. Starting to get it now? Are we good?
it must be my dialect because I'm
I got you.
saying
Well, I know what I heard. Come on, I'm letting you hear what I
salam
said.
alaikum, Okay, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
You don't have to appreciate it because you keep going over back and forth and you keep saying, I got it. And when you open your mouth, you say it wrong. I'm come straight with you. You feel me?
Right.
You know how we roll. Now, come on, let's dance.
Right. Who are we? Is the question of the day. The first sovereign state emerged in over 430 years ago, including but not limited to Imperial and Imperial land rights, Imperial and Imperial treaty, small t, / treaty, capital T, rights, Imperial and Imperial constitutional rights, rights to autonomy, and jurisdictional immunity, Imperial equity and heritage rights, Imperial white privileges under sovereign declaration, amity, commerce and navigation protections, full faith and sovereign gold - credit mandate, dominion, venue, Westphalian sovereignty, and territorial sovereignty across all realms, in parentheses, land, air, water, and fire, in parentheses, diplomatic and foreign sovereign immunities, constructive agreements on behalf of the kingdom / empire, the absolute right to self-determination on all matters of imperial and imperial concerns.
That's a lot you said there. You got everything you just said?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at Imperial and Imperial, right? So you know the Imperial represent what?
The crown, sovereign crown.
The land.
The Imperial represent what?
Sovereign land rights. Yeah.
Huh?
Your rights, imperial rights, your
Law.
sovereign land rights, sovereignty.
No, I said what's the Imperial? I said Imperial represent what?
Sovereignty.
With the E, right?
Mm-mm.
Territorial
represent what?
sovereignty. Territorial nope.
Nope.
You saying with the E protector or the I?
Yep. I said with the E, Imperial represents what?
It's more crown.
The land.
Nope.
Washington.
There you go. Who said that? By time. They was everywhere, wasn't they?
All over the place.
And they told them 15 times, they still come on here like, Imperial always represent what? The Empress.
Bloodline.
The Empress. Okay.
And I represent what?
Law.
Nope. There you go again. I ain't paying no attention.
Emperor,
What do I represent?
Emperor Morocco.
Thank you.
Morocco.
That's Al-Morocco. So that's Al-Morocco. So anytime you see the E, you know they represent what? The Empress. And when you see the I, it represent what? The Emperor. So if you say Imperial and Imperial land rights, you're talking about sovereignty of the Empress and the sovereignty of the Emperor. Land rights. Starting to get it now? Imperial, Washistaw, Empress, Saint Sael Ayamaria, and Imperial in Muhammad City III. Okay? Treaty, small t, which goes like Treaty of September 16th, while you got it in there. / treaty, capital T rights, which goes all the way back when? Treaty of Utrecht, 1713, right? Anything dealing with the E, San Ildefonso, Adam Onis Treaty, land, all that represent E. Everything dealing with that red flag, see? Which grants you what? Rights to autonomy and what? Judicial immunity, which creates what? A venue. What's a venue, y'all?
Sovereign state.
Hey,
autonomous.
Come on, Sir Joe. Well, he messed himself up.
Sovereign state or place where legal action arises that enables jurisdiction to become authority. that enables jurisdiction to become authority.
What they say, y'all? Y'all don't leave hanging?
The pathway to power is what enables authority to become jurisdiction.
Y'all good with that, right?
It's a place such as a country, nation, or sovereign republic
Hold
state.
on, man. Come on, get to it right. Okay, come on.
A place such as a country, nation, or sovereign republic state in which a legal action arises. The pathway to sovereign power is what it enables sovereign authority to become jurisdiction.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You break it up. I sound like I heard bark. Are you ready? What you saying over there? You breaking up?
Did you hear it, Emperor?
Oh yeah. I'll make
Okay.
sure y'all satisfied with it.
Are you?
You sure you're satisfied with it, right?
I'm good.
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. All right. What you got? Come on.
Did I miss anything?
Hmm? Oh
I
no.
think I buffering over here.
Oh, you buffering? You all
Yeah, I
right?
think it looks like I am.
Move it back up. Man, step up.
We ready? Okay. Sovereign dash align questions with full explanations and alignment. Document source. Full colon space royal bio for his dash imperial and imperial dash majesty. Full colon space. Emperor full colon space Samhu Samson dash
Sam who?
Samhu
Not Sam Ho.
Samhu Samson dash Ray slash Samhu a mini dash Ray quote a day Loie end quote effective 30 July 2024. Reference full colon space capital IROHEM capital ECMYE dash IRKR capital ICCMYE capital ECIRK capital ERP decrees 0001Z dash 0013Z. Question 1, full colon space. What does quote Samhu, a mini ray,
Mini
quote,
dash right.
dash quote Samhu, a mini dash ray, end quote, mean in imperial law? Answer, full colon space, quote, Samhu, end quote, space equals creative flame of the infinite, quote, a many, end quote, space equals hidden supreme sovereign, quote, ray, end quote, space equals sun, authority of law. Explanation, full colon space. The full name denotes solar dash defic embodiment of divine law and sovereign presence.
Yeah.
What did that say?
Yeah. They help you out. Come on, Hawk.
Deific, okay, deific, embodiment of divine law and sovereign presence. Nama culture, saying, colon, full colon, before anything was Samhu Ray was, exclamation mark 3 times. Question 2. Full colon space. What is the title, quote, a Deloitte, end quote? Answer, full colon space. It means, quote, the crown is royal light, end quote. In Yoruba, cosmological coding. Explanation, full colon space. This affirms the melanin dash solar crown connection of his dash imperial and imperial dash majesty to ancient royal houses of Aminta, Ifi, and Lamu.
E5.
Ifi, Aminta, Ifi, and Lamu, the royal houses of. Question 3, full colon space. What distinguishes capital H dot E dot M dot from a king? Answer, full colon space. He is an imperial and imperial sovereign monarch over multiple nationalities, principalities, and sovereign estates. Explanation, full colon space. Kingship is local. Imperialship is cosmic.
Emperorship.
Emperorship is cosmic.
Read it over.
And explanation, full colon space. Kingship is local. Imperialship is cosmic and continental in jurisdiction and law.
Sound like you said imperialship. It's emperorship.
Emperorship.
Right. Read it over.
Yeah. Question 3, full colon space. What distinguishes capital H dot E dot M dot from a king? Answer, full colon space. He is an imperial and imperial sovereign monarch over multiple nationalities, principalities, and sovereign estates. Explanation, full colon space. Kingship is local. Emperorship is cosmic. Emperorship is cosmic and continental in jurisdiction and law. Let's do that one more time. Question 3, full colon space. What distinguishes capital H dot E dot M dot from a king? Answer, full colon space. He is an imperial and imperial sovereign monarch over multiple nationalities, principalities, and sovereign estates. Explanation, full colon space. Kingship is local, emperorship is cosmic, and continental in jurisdiction and law. 3's a charm. Question 4, full colon space. What is capital H dot E dot M dot's origin in imperial phalanx? Answer, through the claim dash of dash life, parentheses, 2004, in parentheses, apostille phalanx 040-10010 and 040-10010-1 54560 capital B, and all decrees from 2007 through 2025 and into the future in perpetuity. Explanation. His authority is non-proton from the moment of creation through capital IMYRS dash recognized instruments. Question 5, full colon space. Is capital H dot E dot M dot subject to foreign law? Answer, full colon space. Absolutely not. Explanation, full colon space. He stands as a sovereign and propria persona, exempt from all statutory, corporate, and religious imposition, unless by imperial and imperial will. Question 6, full colon space. What role does capital H dot E dot M dot serve internationally? Answer, full colon space. As absolute imperial sovereign and diplomatic head of the capital IRO, HEM, and capital EC, MYE dash capital IRKR. Explanation, full colon space. He is not a citizen, national, or subject. He is the apex of law, decree, and intergovernmental affairs. So up at the answer, is that as absolute imperial sovereign, or is it imperial and imperial sovereign? It's just imperial.
Yeah, that's you're absolutely imperial sovereign and different head of the IOGM cap and ECM the IRK cap. Okay, that's what recognized internationally as absolute. That comes. We'll go ahead and get. That comes from the raising of the flag in 219 when they raised the flag. King Muhammad VI was noticing me through the ship signals that we can talk on the, I can talk to them on the absolute level, not institutional monarch level. So y'all that was around me since then, y'all seen me shake ship to the absolute, because that was the one he said with that ship signal raising the flag and Philadelphia 15th July 219. That was ship signal. So that's why you see the absolute imperial sovereign. You got me? And then you got imperial imperial constitutional monarch. Okay. And then you got executive monarch, which is INRI, Nagaru Israel, executive monarch, sovereign crown prince. See, that crown got the Amur Washistaw Moore, the done money, all that on there. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's that crown. Got it?
Gratitude.
All right.
Question 7.
No, you ain't got explanation.
Explanation. Full colon space. He is not a citizen, national, or subject. He is the apex of law, decree, and intergovernmental affairs.
Do you understand that what you read?
Sounds clear to me that your jurisdiction is sovereign, and you don't come under anyone else's jurisdiction as a citizen, national, or subject.
Can't. I'm a sovereign emperor. Everybody come under me.
That's right.
That's why I said, you understand what you read?
Yes.
Gotcha. Come on.
Question 7. Full colon space. What does capital INRI mean in his title? Answer, full colon space. I-Nagaru is dash Ray dash L. His dash Imperial dash Majesty, full colon space, Emperor, full colon space, Samson dash Ray slash Samhu Amini dash Ray, quote, Adeloi, end quote, ruler of the royal imperial and imperial throne. Explanation, full colon space. It affirms solar inheritance, imperial and imperial succession, and divine rule over Lamu, Apsu, dash Re, capital Re, R-E. Liberia's dash Orionic archives. Let's try that again. Let's cancel. Let's repeat that again. Question 7, full color space. What does capital INRI mean in his title? Answer, full color space. I Nagarul is dash Ray dash L. His dash Imperial dash Majesty, full color space. Emperor, full color space. Samson dash
Sam who? Samson
Samhu,
dash slash Sam who? Amended dash Ray quote a Dalo Yi, end quote.
ruler of the royal Imperial and Imperial throne. Explanation. It affirms solar inheritance, Imperial and Imperial succession, and divine rule from Lamu, Apsu, dash Ray or Caps, Naburians, dash Orionic archives. Can you explain that Orionic?
Ryan in English mean heaven. So we got IC on the end, meaning records in Orion heaven is where my record comes from, where I come from. Nibirians chased me back through the Anunnaki, the royal bloodline. You feel me?
Yeah.
But as I came through, I grew into my own divine bloodline. You feel me? But as I came up from 07, I came in through the bloodline of Lamu Apsu. Well, it was Lamu Apsu / Ray all cap and the Biru senior writings. And then you see me elevate up with the 28 January 2022 open of the gates of hell and attaching my bloodline to my bloodline with Master Fire deity that nobody talks about. Which him kneeling to me in that sense, meaning I had to be in my dweller form. Couldn't have been in this form. So you see my energy within me, I'm able to be here in the human form, travel all across the pond, Scotland, go into that area in the dweller form and meet my brother. After I command the gates to open, remember? Remember, they didn't just open by themselves. I gave it, well, you went around evidently. I gave a command. I gave a command to General Colin Powell. It's on live TV and live YouTube. And they opened.
Wow.
And I let my boys out. Got 580 million for forever. And ever. I'm just growing back into that seat. But right now I got to grow y'all, right?
Yes. And then take off again.
Oh, I ain't worried about you. Long as I got you straight, I can do what I got to do. Don't, like I said, stay on your rule. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about me.
Right.
I give you a solid empire to run. You feel me?
Yes.
Eesh.
So you master your master language, you master your constitution, your governance, sovereign governance, your court, your bank, your enterprise, your financial enterprise. You got every arena you need, and you got all the authority you need to open up any diplomacy with any state, any of them, on your own terms. Like that, don't you? Now you got real people. Audience got realized we went over there last night, so we skimmed through these kind of quick. You feel me? So you got a good read. So that's why let everybody know we read these last night. But we gonna make sure it's dot record for the archives, right?
That's right.
Yes, Emperor.
All right. So come on.
Question 8.
Yes, you got some questions or anything? You got anything? Anybody say anything? Everybody quiet, just sitting back.
Anybody? Let me
Enjoying the ride.
Chat.
Yeah, Cole. We'll let you know.
All right. All right. Roman numeral 2, constitutional authority and law. Question 8, full color space. What constitution governs capital H.E.M. ruling? Answer. The capital ICC, MYE,
What?
and
There wasn't no rule in there. Rule.
what did I say?
You
Okay,
said
let's do it over.
you said okay, H.M's ruling. I'm like ruling. You said rule.
H- I think okay.
Come on. You all right over there?
Question.
You need to take a glass of water, you need to get a sip. You think you all right over there?
I think we're gonna make it through.
You sure you gonna make it? All right, we had some of these same incidents last night with you. All right, now you supposed to be ready. Come on.
I'm ready. Come on. Question 8, full colon space. What constitution governs capital H.E.M. rule? Answer, full colon space. The capital ICC, NYE, and the capital EC-IRK, parentheses, Imperial Constitution of Continental Newish Yamasee Empire, and the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses.
Hold on a minute. We got the right slide up here. Cause we just straighten this out. Is this the right one? All right.
What do I need to fix, Emperor?
On the Constitution over here, Imperial Constitution. We straightened that out earlier, remember?
I got you. I got
All
it.
right.
Question 8, full colon space. What constitution governs capital H.E.M. rule? Answer, full colon space. The capital ICC, MYE, and the capital EC-IRK, parentheses, Imperial Constitution of the Continental Newish Yamasee Empire, and the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses. Explanation, full colon space. This sovereign imperial and imperial cosmic decree was activated through Emperor's Directive 004 capital Z 0004 capital Z small a, and sealed in capital IMYRS filings. Question 9, full colon space. What is Imperial's Directive -0004 capital Z? Answer, full colon space. It is the Imperial and Imperial command that enforces constitutional sovereignty, recognizes Imperial and Imperial land rights, and activates national offices. Explanation, full colon space. It is the keystone of all governance under capital ECMYE dash capital IRK or ruling. Question 10, full colon space. What confirms the capital H.E.M.'s legal standing? Answer, full colon space. Live official dash active state, parentheses 2009, in parentheses, apostilles, parentheses 2003 dash 2004, in parentheses, claim dash of dash life, and Imperial and Imperial decrees. Explanation, full colon space. These instruments stands above all corporate filings, confirming lawful, legal, and divine status. Question 11, full colon space. Is capital H.E.M. bound by international law? Answer, full colon space. Only by Imperial ratification or Imperial and Imperial treaty covenant. Explanation, full colon space. No foreign treaty, small t, binds the Emperor unless duly entered under Royal Imperial seal. Question 12. Full colon space. What law enforcement structures does capital H dot E dot M dot oversee? Answer, full colon space. The capital IRO HEM, parentheses, Imperial War Office for His dash Imperial dash Majesty, in parentheses. The militia, Imperial Consular Courts, and Royal Treasury dash Executive Mission. Explanation, full colon space. These operate outside capital U dot S courts with indigenous and international law primacy. Question 13. Next question, 13. Question 13. Full colon space. What is the top? Answer, full colon space. Executive Imperial Cabinet defining governance, chain of command, and sovereign function. Explanation, full colon space. These are living law documents, not mere memos. Question 14. Next question. Question 14, full colon space. Can anyone override an imperial or imperial decree? Answer, full colon space, no. Explanation, full colon space. Only capital H dot E dot M dot may amend or rescind imperial or imperial decrees, as they are divine and constitutional acts. Roman numeral 3, posture, sovereign immunity, and dispatch. Question 15, full colon space. What is the Imperial Royal Post, parentheses, capital ERP, in parentheses? Answer, full colon space. The official Imperial Postal Dispatch Network activated for intergovernmental correspondence, bonds, and law transmissions. Explanation, full colon space. It is the living postal organ of the sovereign, parentheses, capital E, in parentheses, estate dash estate small e, separate from all federal postal entities. Next question. Question 16, full colon space. What is SOFLO? Answer, full colon space. The Office of Sovereign Dispatch, Imperial Notice, and Transmission under capital H dot E dot M dots express authority. Explanation, full colon space. SOFLO issues, transmits Imperial and Imperial law, sovereign declarations, access the earth plane, across the earth plane. Question 17, full colon space. What guarantees capital H dot E dot M dots immunity? Answer, full colon space. The Vienna Convention, equivalents, apostille, and the Imperial and Imperial Act dash of dash state. Explanation, full colon space. These make it illegal for foreign courts to summon, prosecute, or arrest capital H dot E dot M dot in any jurisdiction. Question 18. What instruments confirm sovereign status? Answer, full colon space, claim dash of dash life, apostille 04010010 and 04010010-1. 5604 capital B. Emperor's Directive dash 0001 capital Z through 0004 capital Z small a. Activation of the Treaty of Berne, parentheses 1874, in parentheses, filings. Imperial and Imperial decrees, orders from 2004-2007 onward. Explanation, full colon space. These documents are non-rebuttable in international law when properly transmitted. Next question. Question 19, full colon space. What is the sovereign gold dash credit Imperial and Imperial flag? Answer. The mirror dash more 48 star of peace, full faith and sovereign gold dash credit break flag, backed by 100 million in gold dash credit sovereignty. Explanation, full colon space. Pre-dash dates the capital U dot S dot corporate flags and affirms lawful and legal Imperial and Imperial authority. Question 20. Full colon space. How is dispatch confirmed globally? Answer, full colon space. Through capital IMYRS registration, dispatch tracking, codes, and capital UPU compliance under the Treaty of Berne, parentheses 1874 in parentheses. Explanation, full colon space. Sovereign nations and institutions must recognize dispatch under treaty law. Next question. Question 21, full colon space. What is the status of capital U dot S dot courts over Imperial and Imperial officers? Answer, full colon space. No jurisdiction unless consented to via treaty or notice. Explanation, full colon space. Sovereign officers of the all caps IRO, HEM, and all caps ECMYE dash all caps IRKR are foreign to capital U dot S dot municipal and corporate law. Roman numeral 4, cosmic, economic, and spiritual governance. Question 22, full colon space. What is the capital NICB under capital H dot E dot N dot? Answer, full colon space. The all caps NAMA International Central Bank Monetary Authority of the all caps ECMYE dash IRKR and all caps NAMA nationals. Explanation, full colon space. It manages Imperial credit, bonds, and gold-backed finance. Question 23, full colon space. What is the 999 sextillion bond? Answer, full colon space. A sovereign gold dash credit instrument issued by capital H dot E dot M dot for economic reconstruction. Explanation, full colon space, filed in 2020, backed by treaty law and allodial claim to natural wealth. Question 24, full colon space. What is the capital H dot E dot M dot's cosmological role? Answer, full colon space, triumphant sun dash man, capital S, capital M, man, and embodiment of the cosmic flame of divine law. Explanation, full colon space. He governs not only land, but the spiritual, ancestral, and divine frequency of governance. Question
You
25.
ain't got no questions so far from chat. I seen a couple things in the YouTube. I don't know if they were really questions, but I seen a couple comments, so that was everybody cool?
We have a question in the chat. Let's see. Rob, is that Rawa? Yeah, that's Rawa Ray. Why the need for two constitutions?
On what level she at? Go back. When she asked that question, had to be dealing with Constitution. Go back. Right. I thought that was it. Nope. Go back. Oh, slow right there. Go back one. Come down nothing. Go down 15. Nah. Go back.
Then Rawa, you want to help us out with that?
Oh, we good. It's just the Constitution. We have both Constitutions up there when they had to come up. Come on back. Go ahead. Nope. Oh, you going down. You gotta go back. You're going back down. No, it's up. Come on up. Next one. Right there. All right. So this guy question got to be coming this one, right? Me and Rawa. The reason why you got two constitutions, because okay, I got you. Well, when I wrote the Imperial Constitution, that was from establishing the CMYE country over what we had at that time, which would have been the Washistaw and Yamasha or Yamasee with the government. So that Constitution covered that up until Chief Black Eagle, former chief of the Yamasee Neighborhood Government Bill Manifest Embassy, until that expire, until that, that seat expired. So that Constitution came in and cover that to bring in Imperial government. And so that dissolved the Yamasee Neighborhood Government Bill Manifest Embassy and establishes the venue under the Sovereign Prince, Imperial Sovereign Crown Prince now, Imperial CMYE government. Okay, so as we move with certain documents throughout the next couple of years, when the Declaration came out, I had to officially conquer Al-Marak for once and for all since 2007. So once I brought that in under Declaration 19, well, now the Constitution, Imperial Constitution, had to be written to cover all of the royal houses, all three crowns. So now that becomes the Imperial Constitution for, attached to, not of, but for the Imperial Kingdom. So that help you out. Cool. Any more?
No, that's it for now.
Come back down.
But what I did? Look, if I got your child, right?
Hold on, Mike.
Am I supposed to give it in?
Who got that code? Got to pay attention now. Okay, 8, come on back down. 9.
Where were we? 23, something like that.
10, yeah, go back down 23.
Yeah.
Any more questions? You good? Oh, you got to go back up one.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, you see that? That's your royal seal. That's your international central bank royal seal, great seal on the left right here, y'all. So that's your seal. So that's why we put it on there. So you see, under that authority I got, I go back and claim everything, anything dealing with more. You feel me? So that makes sense to you.
It does.
So that's what give you that energy, right?
What's that figure behind him, Emperor?
That's a ship sinking.
That's what I
That's
thought.
a ship sailing.
Yeah.
You're moored, right? You're mooring, right?
Yeah. Navigator.
That's right. You see that? Come on. Well, that's probably it's gonna probably get updated down the road on different levels because of the language. So once y'all finish up the language, all the seals gonna get updated, okay?
Okay.
Right now we just running on that level until y'all master what we're doing with the language, and all the seals gotta get updated. All right, that's part of our emergence. Come on.
Let's read question 22. Let's go back to 22.
22? Okay, come on.
Question 22, full colon space. What is the capital NICB under capital H.E.M. Answer, full colon space. The Nama International Central Bank Monetary Authority of the capital CMYE dash capital IRKR and Nama Nationals, all caps. Explanation, full colon space. It manages Imperial credit, bonds, and gold dash back finance.
When you look at the authority that's under our jurisdiction, these
Running around
countries,
put down and slept on a sofa.
these countries, who store your wealth, store your wealth. Who stole your wealth? They held your wealth. They could never use it or spend it or capitalize on it because they cut your energy off.
Right.
So as you emerging and dealing with certain countries, we got a lot of them we can name that has got attachment to your sovereignty under the mirror or dash more jurisdiction or black dash a dash mirror or black a dash black dash more or black dash a dash mirror jurisdiction to your royal seats. Okay. that authority, that venue comes back under your crown. So you have a lot of things that you got to deal with foreign states when it comes down to your equity or your personal belongings. They got doors that's been closed for over 200 years that belong to you. So because that should have made sense to everybody when the Pope wrote the civil orders. You feel me? When he wrote the motu proprio and civil orders, letting you know you got your seat back. So if they had a seat they had to hold for you, that make all of the wealth that goes along with that seat couldn't be used until that time expired, which I think it was 300 years. And then they can collect on, they can absorb all that because you would be, or the African American, or the Moor, or the Moorish people, or the Moorish, we say black, because that's how black means Moor. The black race would forever be under the jurisdiction of the colonialist Caucasian man. Forever. If you didn't come out and get your seat. So they had to hold it because it's a royal seat. So they came in with a Whittle spell and all that stuff, broke you down to be Christians and all that stuff, worshiping them and all that for you to do what? Eventually lose your what? Your sovereign crown.
Sovereignty.
So you see, so you came in and saved the whole world or your genealogy because they had it set what? To rule you forever. Until you came and broke it. That's why they all upset. Because that whole game they started 300 years ago or 200 some plus years ago don't exist no more. You feel me? That makes sense to you?
Yes.
They were so close.
Well, you were giving them that. You feel me?
Right.
Because lack of knowledge, you want to be a corporate fiction. You feel me? All right, y'all wanted co-authority on this thing. People coming in, y'all let them in now. All right, well, we're doing your job for you, all right? So you see, so you got certain wealth that's unknown that's sitting that they got to hold. You can't touch it. Lock gates until you come. Key broke off in the lock. You feel me? As you come and talk to certain countries that's under your realm, they got all kind of gifts. We have to get warehouses that we build on our property that's going to store all of that, all the equity, put it that way. A to Z that they had to hold. They had to have because they cut your flag down. And now some of you might say, well, Morocco could have did it. Morocco only did it on the path of the Kingdom of Morocco. They couldn't touch the part of the 100 million gold over here in Al Morocco. Over there, Al Morocco. He's a sovereign king. You feel me? And that jurisdiction over there, the jurisdiction over here, they lost that with POTUS. When they created POTUS, they took away the vizier chair of the emperor. But the kingdom still had a what? King of Morocco. That was our post, remember? Come on.
In context, what you're speaking of, I'm wondering if that had something to do with his decision to be more generous with some of the other African nations.
Who?
King.
Oh, you talking about recently with the what they call themselves?
The AA, yes, the Sahel state. Because he was talking about building that highway to connect them, to let them use his port, and those sort of things.
Oh yeah, but that's kind of something I wrote them in 2021 when we went out there on that market. He was on the medal list about opening up ports for the flotilla to run for 100 years. But we're still gonna put on the market. But you know, in that documentation, you go read it. You'll see when he opened up to them, open up the ports to bring in that type of energy to the other African countries who's landlocked. You know, so that takes them away from all the other stuff. But the other people they were involved with trying to make them kneel to the colonialists. You feel me? So But as soon as he said it, I told everybody to go read 2021 when when they had to when they had to put my name in the hat for all the ancient elders of Africa to see if I'm the real one.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that a couple times.
Yeah.
Mhm. Gratitude. Just wondering.
That's what you see all that time went by, and it just came to sense the other day when a lizard ran under my feet, right?
You're right.
He's trying to get me.
Yes. Mo.
Woke everything up.
Finally got confirmation, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I yield.
Who knew?
You knew you passed back in the day when you had to do the moto proprio against, when you put that on the market. You knew you passed then, but you didn't, that confirmation feels so much better, especially come from nature, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, so y'all good on NICB? Y'all straight now?
We have a question in the chat.
Come on.
Bennu Bahure. Any significance with the 300 years? Was it a contract, and between who?
Well, you can't say it really just you dealing with the occult now. So whoever came together to create that curse or that what we call them
Spell.
ritual
Ritual.
that they did, well, that's how that stuff is done. So you got to trace it all the way up to where the so-called royal families, because they saying they royal, but they can't trace their sovereignty. And I know people saying, "What you mean by that?" Well, when Miller came out in 2000, he put with quantum physics and quantum language, all of the so-called royals in the world, they got their seats by inheritance. So they never came and did a claim of life to their royal seat. Yeah, you can catch that shit right. They never did a claim of life to the land. They just assumed the rule by threat, duress, and coercion, and that they had a royal seat, but nobody questioned the royal seat that they claimed to have over the people until when Miller came along and questioned how they changed the currency into a verb outside of a noun. A noun, you feel me? Quantum. So he put them on the market. They done got in circulation all over the world. They're gold, silver coins, which has what, like the United States of America. That's a verb, not represent the sovereign or the money as the Constitution for the United Small U States of America states. What currency shall be under this new formed country? Silver and gold, right? Well, it's supposed to be in a quantum format. The banksters, and the gangsters, they formulated silver and gold, putting verb on it, because when them cats got I ain't gonna have to call their names right now, but when they got it done over there in Geneva, I told y'all with the quantum, remember, their countries said that they would accept any type of currency as long as it's pure silver. I think it was over $200,000 worth at least. And then they would melt it down to give you the purity of the silver or gold, and they'll give you the a line of credit on it. And then you can, every 13 months, you can pull it out the bank and push it back in and get another line of credit on it, because it's dealing with fiat money and you got sovereign currency. So they'll melt it down and tell you how pure it is. And then they give you, that was certain kind of thing with Geneva. I remember it was no. Let me see. I told y'all two of them before. Netherlands, who was it? There were three of them, three countries signed. I don't know how many more signed on to it now. But that happened during David Wynn Miller's term to, for the sovereignty of the currency. So that's why you just have silver, going to court, having court outside the courtroom because based on the gold and silver, and doing cases and judges retire, all that stuff, because of the lie that they realized they took when they signed on to the oath, when they signed on to the bar, the oath of office. It was a trap. But now that they know they're in a trap, they just keep with the fraud. Come on, Sir John. That makes sense to you?
Condom. Let me just make sure of something though. So with our sovereignty or any real sovereignty, right? You explained to us you can write off because you have land. In our case, we have land and equity under our Constitution, right? So
Right.
one, being that it's a fiat-based market, I would get credit for my one sovereign, let's say gold, right? I get credit for that, and on the fiat side, I can use that as cash, whatever. But then
It'd be like a line of credit. They want to hold your normal sovereign, so
right,
they
but it's
collect
not
the interest off of it because it's backed by gold. Now
it's not
you equivalent to the fiat currency that's circulating now, where you say like a normal sovereign, you say one sovereign, right? Gold back would probably be equivalent to
let's just say
a million US dollars fiat.
okay. So my question actually is then do we get because it's not a line, it's a line of credit, it's not a loan, right?
Right.
Okay, so that means I can, like you just said, because it's a line of credit and because that credit is real and it can cover anything and the fiat can't never pay anything, it allows me to take it out when that line of credit has expired and then put it back in and get another line of credit, right? In
Well,
perpetuity.
that's just dealing with silver, and you have to have over $200,000 worth silver and gold. The contract that he got with the foreign countries was you can deposit over $200,000 worth of silver, and they will weigh it out for you and then hold it for you for 13 months. And after 13 months, and give you a line of credit on it, and then after 13 months, you can push it out the door and push it right back in, and continue that project in process in perpetuity, because money don't have no don't have no backing.
Right. So that's what I was thinking about when you just said that. So I'm like, okay, so one credit of ours, they give us it should be a line of $1 million. They give you a card, and when that $1 million
Well, you got that's as y'all bring out the four-leaf clover system that
right.
we got on us. All right. So once that come out, it's gonna be weighed against the hegemony, what they call that, the Bretton Woods and their contract, and then whatever the other ones that's part of that Bretton Woods who made the dollar the currency of the world with no backings. That's why they see all the other countries buying all that gold, attempting to get their currency some backing. You feel me? Well,
Right.
you're not under the Bretton Woods. You have your own four-leaf clover, so you don't need SWIFT or BRICS. You can use their system to pass your instruments through, but they don't have jurisdiction over your system. Your
Right.
system, you create your own four-leaf clover, similar to BRICS, but you don't need all them countries in to come in and sign on to you. You can do it your damn self, by yourself, and then you can go do business with them, where they have to use your system to accept your currency because of your sovereignty and the equity that's backing your currency. Because there's no currency on the market that got equity going back to 1700s.
That's correct.
And then if you look at the Cornish Act of 1872, no, 1780, 89, 1792 Cornish Act. Okay, they said 21 pieces of silver is equivalent to $1 million in fiat money. Okay,
Right.
so that was in 1792. Well, you in 2025 now. So what would 21 piece of silver that's back all the way back to 1700 be equivalent 1792 with the Cornish Act? Because you outside of that, but just giving you, to give you a little weight on it.
like $1 billion, man. I had a
You
vision
start,
about I had a vision about that one protected like $1
you see
billion.
where I'm coming from?
Wow.
So
Yeah.
that's why I told you, you can never spend the equity that's already under your flag.
Right.
So in other words, everybody that comes under your jurisdiction that be moving has to be what? Millionaires.
Right.
Because you can't think outside of that because of the equity you got and the
Right.
wealth you got. Everybody got to be millionaire. That's why the lowest paying occupation we offer is what? 6 figures. Because you got education, you got everything. Because of the equity that you can write off of you could never write off what you need. You can never there's not enough energy in the world that you could not buy everybody
Right.
because of your equity. So as you hit the market, you see everything change. Elon Musk, all them going to be attempting to attach themselves to you walk. And they got buildings on your property. They launch buildings into space on your property. Yeah, they got a contract with the United States, but the United States is using your land fraudulently because you haven't claimed your land back. So if we have now, that's what we're moving out. And like the Pope said, once that republic arrive, which is now, right? He said if he got to shut down the World Bank and the IMF, to settle the claims that's owed to your republic. Even set the Grand Army of the Republic to get everybody perform ready for when this republic arrives. But you see the so-called democracy corporation president, all them are there now. They know you. I mean, I told you, the board there now, he knew even though I met on this before the first time. So they well aware of who you is and what you got. Biden came around and you got some more clarity from a foreign state inquiring about you. You feel me? And you got how the United States see you on another level. You feel me?
Right. So
you didn't see yourself on that level because you seen yourself as your sister country. But after that comment, you seen yourself, she can't be your sister country no more. She can only be a vassal state, which she has always been. You were given a credit, we were given a credit as our sister country, but in reality, she's been a vassal state since 2004, or since Obama said the United States a cruise ship, not a speedboat. You notice how they try to all of a sudden go after him with some Russiagate bullshit to try to eliminate whatever he authenticated. But see, we got authenticated with Bush. Ain't got nothing to do with Obama. You feel me? Obama just recognized your constitutionality sovereign state that the United States had agreed to. He can only bring in what was already written. He couldn't take it away from it. You feel me?
right. So real quick, just going back to the credit. So in essence, we can extend the line of credit to, let's say, Georgia. That line of credit on the fiat system will be, they can write off of that credit for a long time, couldn't they?
Well, you have to, what you're saying is coming up basically like, the instruments that's under the Unitrail or USATrail of the UN, okay? So you got all them instruments, international bill of exchange, tender payment, bond discharge debt, you feel me? But that's what, a lot of people out in the market familiar with because of the sovereign citizen movement and doing their best to use the UC system, secure party system to, offset debt and all that kind of stuff. You feel me? Right. Under your sovereign state, you got all that because you got anything that's under Unitrail at your disposal. But the main one under your disposal is a deed of assignment that banks use number one, back to back, state to state. You feel me? So that's number one. You feel me? Everybody else out there on the market, they slinging number 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way down. I don't know which one going through when they slinging all that paperwork. See, but you got your own foreign state. So by you being international norm and recognized, where you create your own damn money orders.
Shawu.
On money order, you see? So you got Mr. John?
I got you, Perfecto. We cool.
I was going somewhere else, but I got cut off. Come on, be careful. Tell you about that.
You just brought me into complete focus, I believe, on why at the beginning for many of us the distinction was made for incorporated versus unincorporated. I get
Explain.
I yield.
No, explain yourself. You went there. Come on. You can't just yell on that. How do you know people understand what corporate or incorporate mean?
I didn't know how much you wanted me to get into it because
I
it's still
mean, you got you got to complete it. Come on.
okay. In order to cross over, we had to produce a certain amount of silver, and you were distinct in that we could not have anything that was already incorporated.
You talking getting on our ship?
Yes, yes.
Oh no, you can, because see, you gotta realize that on our ship, you nationalize under the live being the blood of you. That's why in your paperwork it tells you that. Because the corporation, you got a corporation, you ain't got no jurisdiction over. You can have a security interest in it. We already done that. You feel me?
Yes.
You can be a secure party interest and all that, hold in due course, but don't mean that. But it's all on paper. You can never be the executor over that birth record account. You see? So we nationalize the live being because we indigenous, we live beings, we nominationals. So that blood is getting nationalized over here. So we understand the contract, young. That's why you see our paperwork. You feel me? Because that's the blood being. Because you got a right to speak. Corporation ain't got no damn right to speak. So if you got them folk out there saying they nationalizing all these corporations, when did they get a right to speak? Oh, that kind of woke you up, right?
And that makes so much
Already
sense.
there.
That makes so much sense now.
I yield.
It said that we nationalize the blood. The blood comes from the land. If you have a nationality, you should belong to the land, that country, the land of that country, not just a business entity per se, corporation. So that makes a lot of sense when you say it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you ain't got to go to master and ask, can you go get nationalized? Because master don't own the blood, they own the corporation, right?
And under the corporation, as a corporation, you are entitled to obey the master.
On the corporation, right? You said you signed a contract where you said no speak. That's pro se.
Copy.
And then you got to go hire one of their attorneys to do what? To turn you over to the what? The court.
Correct.
To process what? The bid bond, performance bond, payment bond, right?
Right.
Ain't got nothing to do with no lobbying, do it. All corporate fiction, right?
All corporate fiction, right.
So you see how they grab hold of your ass so quick with the court? When you give them that authority over your that corporation, they show you how they really feel about it, don't they? That's why it says behind the name says what? That corporation is what? Belligerent?
Is what?
Behind that corporation all cap name, what's behind it? Belligerent?
Oh,
combative.
Combative.
Argumented.
What else? Combative, right? So every time you see a police stop, what you get?
Belligerent.
Argumentative, combative, or what?
Belligerent.
Belligerent, right? Because according to the contract, you ain't supposed to speak, right?
Not a word.
Then they come there and say, raise your window down. See, now you raise your window down, what you do? You just broke protocol. I didn't think corporations can raise the window down.
Oh.
See, you cross jurisdiction just that quick, right?
And they kind of explain it to you when you apprehend it. They say you have the right to remain silent, and anything you do
That's it.
will be used or can be used against you in court.
Against you in court, that's right.
No, they say can and will be.
Right. Can and will
Yeah,
be.
because they flip it up with color of law. They
Right.
said in color of law, they said now you got to come to court and prove yourself innocent.
And it's supposed to be the opposite way. Innocent.
Put me the opposite way. You feel me? That's why
No,
they got
I'm about
that's why they
that.
got police officers, not peace officers. You see the difference? Though?
Huh. Police your ass. I keep the
That's
peace.
why they call it sheriff, not sheriff, right?
Mm.
Yeah, but as soon as you don't comply, they break your windows.
Right. They break that glass to get after that bat.
Well, that's where that's why you got civil rights.
Right, because they don't have the right to slap you up and down.
You got civil rights. You can go sue them for violating your civil rights. You feel me?
How does that work out?
It ain't gonna work out because they violate your human damn rights. You just can't stand on them.
Right. Civil rights is like saying they violated your business.
That's why I said you go look at the oath of office for the Attorney General of all the states. What they say, his job is to oversee all the corporate corps within the state. Okay, then so why would a corporation all cap name get a charge? Why don't the Attorney General come and represent them? Because you're a corporation for that state. They write off your business. They write off your birth certificate. They write off your trust. You get them. That's why they ask for all the ID. You get ID, don't they? You ask you for your birth certificate, your social security card, your damn passport. Hell, they ask you for your damn blood now, right? Just to get their ID card, remember?
At least
So if that's the case, then if you ain't got no CDL, that makes you got a contract with the state. Where the Attorney General oath of office said that office protects all the corporations within the state. So why would a corporation as a human go out and get charged? They got to go get an attorney to turn your ass over to the state. What the Attorney General have now? But if you mess with a business corporation, you see the Attorney General step in, huh? But you are a corporation based on their law. Remember, a person is what? Can be a damn corporation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Under commercial activity.
No, it don't say that. It don't say that at all. You add something to that ain't law, that will get you locked up. Bullshit. You say a person. Oh, we gotta add something. You feel me?
You gotta add something.
So the all caps isn't a commercial entity.
It's been a commercial since you were born.
Right.
Now they put a footprint on it. People say, "Oh, my footprint is on my birth certificate." Don't you realize that child paper? That's how they do cows. They kill chickens too easy. They would do the chickens, but they kill them too fast.
So they issue a ticket, and the word driving.
It's not a ticket. Look at what they write. It says uniform what?
Code.
Uniform. No, it said uniform citation.
Oh.
See, you ain't even reading your ticket.
So
all right, by them having a uniform citation that they say they write you, right?
Okay.
According to Georgia Supreme Court, in a ruling back in 2002, it states that in that uniform citation, it must be signed under what? Penalty of perjury, meaning that they should have a perjurate on that certificate of citation or uniform citation, right?
Right.
But it don't have no perjurator to do it. It just have you sign it, and in the fine writing, when they get turned into the Solicitor General, they come in and represent the cop.
Right.
That's why that case is so important. Why? Because he lost all the way up to that person lost all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they ruled in his favor at the end, saying that certificate, that's an affidavit, right? That got to be signed in person right then. Like, he can't sign it when he get to the back end and write up what he want to write up to sign it. No, he's supposed to sign it right there on the spot. give it perjury. He said, I plead on the penalty of perjury that this person is running 155. You feel me? I plead on the penalty of perjury, but they don't have no what? Oversight. So now the county comes in and oversee the police officers. Make sense to you?
Was that a change, Protector? Because I can remember back in the day when I was a child, cops used to sign a ticket after you.
Oh, well, yeah, they did a lot of things for this stuff for them militia and militia boys, and the Sovereign Citizen Network started slinging on that damn paperwork.
So what?
Look them up.
So the reason
You
I
gotta
said,
tell them you gotta tell them everything you gotta do. So when them cats out there selling that paperwork, they don't realize that when they send their names in, they ain't numbers. What do you call them? Guinea pigs. Because they got to tell the court and everybody how their instrument got to go through. So why don't they tell the person that's going in to represent it? So they keep that stuff private so they can keep you under their bandwagon, keep charging your ass. You still don't know how to go in and represent yourself in court because they never show up, right?
Right.
Nope.
I had a guy back in the day had like 7 tickets. He had just went to that boy in Fayetteville and got his old bullshit paperwork. He got back. He just made it back to High Point and got 7 tickets. He said, "Man, I called them suckers every day. They wouldn't never answer the phone. They wouldn't do nothing. See, give them paperwork." I said, "Why did you say go back down there and get your money?" Hell, I would file charges on them for fraudulent paperwork. You feel me?
You know, Protector, that's an interesting point. Why don't people do that?
That's why you come up with all that crazy. I be like, you done bought $5,000 to $10,000 worth of paperwork, and you ain't realized yet you could have charged their ass for fraudulent paperwork.
Right.
You got it in your possession, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they call that fraudulent conveyance of language, right? So in that fraudulent conveyance of language, they claim when you got a nationality and you don't have no venue. So that made that paper is fraudulent. But they get out there and they give you 1,000 sheets of paper that you're supposed to read before you got a whole suitcase riding with them. You know what I mean? You get stopped. You on the side of the road for 10 hours trying to explain that damn paperwork.
That is the truth. Hold on a minute. I got it right here. Hold on.
Then now you see they say what? That whatever you say, they got no standing. Because what they do, they call the State Department. You ain't recognized. They want the courts and them to come in and recognize them so they can get some standing. That game is old. That shit was played out in the early 2000s. You feel me? You got these new heads coming in acting like they got something new. They don't realize, man, that stuff been stepped on so many times.
And like you said, if you got to tell the courts what to do, once they see something is not in their interest, they're going to deny it.
That's right. That's why you see them denying all that UCC paperwork. Why? Because they learned what? That the birth certificate can pay off a house. The birth certificate can pay off a car loan, all that stuff, right?
Not just because it's a bond, because collateral?
Well, because it's a contract. That's why they only give you 10 of them now. It's a bond. So if you use it properly, you can pay off a lot. But why would you take a bond that's worth over $1 million and buy a $50, pay off a $50 phone bill? Or go offset a brand new truck that's worth $50,000. That bond worth $3-4 million, or maybe more. You feel me? So I used to tell them all back in the day, why don't you just go out there and offset a damn mansion? Fuck.
Land or something.
You gonna offset it? Use it for what it's worth.
That kind of makes sense that you could offset it because the government is writing off of it.
Well, there are a lot of people don't activate the bond because the ones that do, like I told you, the sister that taught me certain things down in Georgia, she's mum's the word. Because if you get out, look at it's gonna mess up the whole system for those who know how to use it.
Right.
You got people writing off cars and houses right now with a closed bank account because they know how to do it. You think they're gonna put it out in the public? Hell no. Why would you? Then you're like, huh? What do you mean? What you doing? When you open up a bank account, you got two accounts. You got a private and a public. Okay. Once you close the public down, the private still exists forever. And you're able to operate if you know how to operate your security agreement. And if you allow the bank to get you a copy of the security agreement.
Wait, so the bank automatically has a copy of a security agreement on behalf of you?
They wouldn't give you no damn bank account. They didn't have a security agreement and a bond on file. They can only operate as it's a bankrupt country. 1933 bankruptcy.
So that's
That
where
makes sense.
asking for your social security number comes in.
Because that access your birth record account, because they can't lend you nothing they ain't got. They can only lend you what's coming off your account. So it's like the job you got, you pay yourself. You give the company permission to go tell the Federal Reserve that you're gonna make $40,000 a year on this job, and they write it off your birth record account. They don't give you shit. Then you gotta pay taxes on that. And you got to pay, you know what I'm saying? But it's all coming out your money, out of your trust account.
So every dollar you get, they get a percentage. Goodness gracious.
That's crazy.
And you go to job and say you want to work McDonald's for $8 an hour. Okay, they just gonna let the Federal Reserve know that you making whatever they done calculated up a week, and they add in overtime, whatever extra. So if you get overtime, it's already added out of your allotment for that year. It's not no monthly things or yearly things. So when you quit, you just close you just leave that account open for them to collect the rest of that you ain't gonna get.
So you should
and you go out looking for another job. You feel me?
Right, but you should in essence be able to negotiate with whatever job you take any amount that you want to get paid based on that.
It doesn't matter. You can go to all you want. They still gonna go take it out of your birth rate account.
No. That's what I'm saying though. But based on that particular.
Oh yeah, but no, they can't tell you that contract law. No.
Oh.
They go to state code, minimum wage, and boom, to keep your ass in check.
Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't agree, you can't work here.
Yeah. That's the whole W-4 situation, discrimination. Then when they came up with the credit cards, the credit systems, that's when they really threw discrimination in. You feel me?
Right.
Because if you had a Caucasian on your list, you was able to get $20,000 line of credit. But if you marked black, you was only able to get $5,000 line of credit. Interesting, right? So they go out and buy more because they get credit more, and you go out and buy less because you can't get the credit. Then they want to keep you. They want to know your grandma's Social Security number. When the only thing they got to do is put white on the application. Because white is not a color, it's a status.
And on their end,
our people that heard me on his side, they go run out there and try to do the Social Security, all that stuff, not realizing that they ain't gonna see give you every damn thing. You think I'm crazy? You gotta have yourself bonded and secured out before you even think about switching over to all caps signature and all that stuff. But you gotta change all that through the bank. So you gotta make sure you secure on the secure interest side where you got all your dots in a row. And a lot of them won't go play with that UCC stuff to understand nothing about that form. That form internationally is on legal paper. In America, it's on 8.5 by 11. Why? Because you don't need no signature. So you got to constantly monitor the system and then whatever court system you've written in to make sure they don't cancel out your UCC, whatever you file, because you don't sign it. We came along, we were geniuses, we created our own damn signature line. Fuck them niggas up, excuse me.
I got a question for you, Detective.
Come on.
So you just said something about discrimination. I was going to say, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. On their part, it kind of makes sense because the credit comes from the people, and the original people got way more credit because they tied to the land on the back channels that we don't.
Yeah, but you miss Alvin Orange. When you talking about credit Netherlands dealing with your birthright account and dealing with your status or what you put on your W-4 or whatever you got in the system. So when Obama was in office, he said black has no standing, you remember?
Right.
So that was more wicked race than what people, a lot of people took that as racism and all that, but he was talking about on that credit level, international level, you have no standing, you have no nationality. You have no nationality. You have a citizenship in a foreign country that own your birth record account. So that make you a subject or slave.
Right, slave.
You have no, and they can't nationalize you. They say they neutralize you. Go look at the word. They don't say nationalize you. They say they neutralize you. So now he's saying he's gonna kick people out who got neutralized in the United States. He started saying, because they not really nationalized over here. They neutralized. You feel me? Then they become a part of the state system, not part of the United States system. They got to go get a Social Security card, driver license from a state, and then they become the jurisdiction of the state. So when you go look at their codes and state codes, the first code is what? I think 1, 2, and 3 says what? Until you are nationalized or accept citizenship in a foreign state or country, you are classified as a citizen of this state and of the United States. So it lets you know right there. You feel me?
I'm even more clear on why the big fuss in the Congress and the House of Representatives when back in the 80s when they were fussing so hard about the return of states' rights. I get it. Gingrich and all those guys, they knew.
Oh no, you missed the whole point. They're talking about state rights because they was talking about the rights that the states had to give the federal government for it to exist. So, under that 1871 coup d'etat, that the military took over with the yellow French flag. So they was attempting to give states more rights under that contract so that the federal government couldn't be so, like you see it is now. You feel me? Because the states, the one who created the federal government, they gave up their sovereignty that they got from who? The Empress Saint Sayaya Maria, royal land and royal privileges, and the emperor. You feel me? So they stole everything they got. That's why you seen Neil Carnegie back in early 1900s. They said what? Own nothing, control everything, because they knew they could never own the land, but they could control it through the corporation. You start to see it, right?
Yes. Shoo. Work tongueology.
Guess what or not? Y'all good?
Absolutely, Emperor. Gratitude.
Good.
Good.
It's new over there. It's new over there messing with them folk.
Yeah, what you talking about? Audit your employer.
Who you know about?
About that.
It's in the chat. He mentioned that.
Oh, well, I don't. Well, you see, the thing is that you got to look at. I see what he's saying, but you got to understand the contract you signed with the employee. You feel me? You gave up your rights to be employed. You feel me? Because you need a job. You feel me? And through that birth record contract, once you sign that W-4, you relinquish all your rights. The company come in and give you policies and all this, when to come home, when to work, who you supervise, all that stuff. You feel me?
Yes.
That makes sense to you.
Somewhere in there, yeah. I yield.
Salam alaikum.
Come on.
Oh yeah, I was just listening, and yeah, you that W-4, what they won't tell you, which is probably don't mean nothing, but that they got to do it every year. They just don't tell you that part. You're just supposed to sign it every year.
Well, the W-4 is what open up your bank and your Social Security card.
Yeah, I mean, but it's supposed to be but it's supposed to be yearly or annually. It's either the 4 or the 2. You're supposed to sign that like brand new every year.
Well, I think you need your W-2 or whichever one. I ain't been over there so long. You feel me? You know me. Ain't been over there so long. Don't get me wrong. All right, so it's trust. It was SS4 for this stuff. That's to get the EIN number, right? And you got what, W-2? This is W-2. I thought W-2 was what? W-4.
W-2 first get on.
Yeah, that's what they send back.
Yeah, you're supposed to do those.
W-4 is what you fill out.
Yeah,
that's what open up your trust account so they can pay your ass.
Yeah, but that 2, they take that 1 and keep it. Not telling you, oh man, we're supposed to do this every year, every time.
They write off. They got ways to write off shit. That's why you see some citizens out there showing people how to write off what the state write off on your ass or the company write off on you, so you can get it back yourself. You feel me?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I feel you.
Oh, they got all kind of tricks in that game. That's why I'm like, I ain't got nothing to do with that one. Cause y'all see that 4-leaf clover you created. It takes you outside of all that jurisdiction. Completely out of that jurisdiction.
Right.
I'm giving y'all brain time to relax. I know you know.
Yeah, that's right.
you know.
So because y'all they so tied up in that system. They didn't know there was another system exists. That's you can claim yourself. You can store your heritage, your royalties, whatever. You feel me? But yours is backed by equity. That's why he's talking about this new coin that just signed in, that he attempted to get signed in through Congress. Look at that, what they attempting to do. They're gonna create a coin base, not some central bank, digital that they wanted. They ordered that boy just signed up in DC. Is for them to create their own coin base, but it don't make sense. Because they said if you got $10 on the coin, well, you gotta have $10 in the bank account. So what they're saying, they're just gonna take the fiat currency out of the market, ain't worth damn, and save the printing and do everything through so-called coins that the board that's sitting in the office had created his own coin and advertising it and getting all these billionaires and everybody on his coin. Now he signed a bill in to activate that. Kind of sounded like how kind of part called a Color Black, right?
Yep.
Right. Sound like he running away from that contract they signed.
Sound like he getting deep into it because his coins were millions of dollars out there. So if he signed a law to activate it, look where he sits. Yeah. Look where his family sit on receiving that. They're at the top of the food chain. So if it grow to 10 billion in 10 years, all the people that's joining, they coming in at the bottom. Look who's sitting at the top.
Pyramid.
So, the whole system is pyramid, but it's showing you how they attempting to bring in Coinbase, but it ain't got no status like big coins, all them out there right now. You feel me? So as we come out and we already got in our system, our coin is what? Backed by full faith credit. Sovereign gold, you feel me? Whole different type of energy, right?
Yep.
Right.
Tied to the earth.
Well, they listen to every call we make, so they know what we done said over the last couple of years. And they've been, we've been watched live like we on live now at the Pentagon, you feel? So they watch everything I do. You see, so you see them listening, hearing us, and they're attempting to maneuver to save their walk, their democracy. But the system won't let them save it. Why? Because you can't be in debt at 36 trillion that's based on your birth record, birth certificate. You can't write that debt off through some Bitcoin that debt got to be paid because it's through the birth record trust. You can't
Yep.
write that off.
You ain't solvent.
You see? So now they got to figure out how they're gonna down that debt, because one give you the right to have 36 trillion in debt, and nobody else can have that much. And you still being the sovereign of the world because you're military. Well, ain't nobody gonna shoot no damn nuclear weapon. So all that bullshit is out the window, you feel me? Because they shoot a nuclear weapon, they're gonna destroy their damn self.
I've always believed that they got these shuttles so they can get up out of here and come back.
Where they going? They already got a message from my people telling them what? Don't come your ass out here.
Your ass out here. Yeah, well, I guess they better change the plan since that. I yield.
Well, you gotta realize the Anunnaki didn't need no damn spacesuit when they got here. They can breathe, remember? So when they leave here, you gotta have a spacesuit on when you get outside of Earth's gravity. So you need oxygen. So you how far you going without oxygen? You feel me? So now you got immortal 5 beings that travel the whole universe. That's the fire that's bringing back to man. You feel me? But it's you started to get me right.
The fire next time.
You got immortal fire beings who look like you tomorrow. And then look like themselves again the day after. You feel me? Remember, man, they came along and put limits on creation. They created a God figure, made him sit on some throne in some foreign place called heaven. They put a devil figure out, put him somewhere bottom, said the hell. And if you act this way, you go into some place called heaven. And if you perform this way, you go to some place like hell. Well, that can't make sense, because if you ain't got the facts, well, how can you give me a proper channel to address this higher being? Because if the higher being don't give me proper channel for disclosure, how can you say I'm going to some hell when I ain't been fully disclosed? You feel me?
Oh yeah, I remember asking my uncle, what happens if you're wrong? I never seen that big brother move that fast. I yield.
You know, because that's a belief system. Feel me? When someone leave here, you know that's it. But you got people behind them that like candles, they like all this stuff. Why? They say that person that's dead don't know nothing. They ain't seen nothing you doing. But through your emotional attachment to death, you start putting flowers. Like now, you driving that damn road, everywhere you look around, you got a damn cross. And that's a distraction to the damn driver, you feel me? I said, well, hell, in the next 50 years, you're going to have crosses all up that damn road, you feel me?
Yeah.
This don't make no sense, because the cross symbolizes death. So everybody's running across them, they worship the dead. So why they want to claim they got a live being they worship when they represent death every day? They got a cross on it that represents death. The ark represents life. So if they walk around every day with death on, that make they what? They death bound, right? So why they complain about it? Because I gotta get some money. Okay, it ain't gonna make it no damn difference. You death bound. Whether you living in a $50,000 house or a moped, you feel me? Don't make a difference. You chose death. So the only thing you can do is what? Build on your ego, your lust. After that, you dead, right? Look at all the actors got out there and became superheroes on TV and then died a miserable death. You feel me? What good did it do? Now you got their image in your mind that represent Moses or somebody in the Bible, some human image. You got to get that shit out your brain. To think Moses looked like Charlton Heston, get the fuck out of here. or Cleopatra looked like that guy, what's that name? Elizabeth Taylor. Like, are you serious? Think about it for a second. See how hard that shit get out your brain? But you going somewhere, you claim you going somewhere where there's paradise, right? And ain't nobody came back and told you nothing, right? Listen, their God ain't came back and told them that bullshit. So that made man had to come in and add that part to the Bible. You remember it's Bible first, then it became a Bible, and then it became Holy Bible. Get your facts straight, right?
Yes,
Then you take a look at me. Look at my knowledge and my wisdom, my sovereignty. Well, okay, well, you're able to come in and write Psalm that your ancestor King David wrote and Solomon wrote, and they work for you, but everybody else writing they don't work. Even the church. They can recite them every day, they don't work, do they? Then I can write and they work, right?
there it is.
All right, so come on, we've been on 22 for a while. I can't mess with y'all that long tonight. I got work to do. Y'all know what I'm working on. It's been a 4-day journey, right? We was on 23 too, wasn't we?
We were on 22. Yeah, we did do 23.
Yeah.
Question 24, full colon space. What is capital H dot E dot M dots cosmological role? Let's repeat that. Question 24, full colon space. What is capital H dot E dot M dots cosmological role? Answer, full colon space. Triumphant sun dash capital S, man capital M, and embodiment of the cosmic flame of divine law. Explanation, full colon space. He governs not only land, but the spiritual, ancestral, and divine frequency of governance.
That's true. Come on, we got to run through these.
Question 25, full colon space. Is capital H dot E dot M dot a religious figure? Answer, no. Space, he is a sovereign.
That's dash connected. See, it's connected to each other.
Yes.
So we say dash connected.
Answer, full colon space, no. Dash connected, he is a sovereign, cosmocrat, and divine administrator. Explanation, full colon space. He enforces divine law outside secretarianism.
You had an issue last night. You got it. Come on.
Yes. Have to look at it. Sectarianism, drawing from ancient Nibirian,
Nibirian.
Nibirian. We got NI.
NI.
Okay. Nibirian, Washistaw, Mur, Washistaw, Mur, D. Al-Moroccan / Al-Morocc, and Yamachi cosmologies.
Right.
Question 26. Full colon space. What are Imperial and Imperial scrolls? Answer, full colon space. The collection of decrees, constitutions, patat, and cosmic law delivered through his Imperial and Imperial office. Explanation, full colon space. It is the living archive of divine sovereignty.
That's right.
Question 27, full colon space. What bloodline does capital H dot E dot M dot descend from? Answer, full colon space. The Samson L. Sam Ray and Tunica dash Thunderfire royal houses. Liberian, Yamashi, Washistaw, Olmec, and Al-Moroccan descent. Explanation, full colon space. These lines confirm jurisdiction, title, and inheritance of Imperial and Imperial, parentheses, capital E in parentheses, estate, dash, estate, small e.
You got that
Question.
state, right? You got that, right?
Yes.
So you got estate. So you got, when you talk about Imperial, you go through treaties and everything they've done, so you had to cover all angles. You feel me? So when they start talking about your estate plan, a load of your title and all that, you got them on both ends. When they start saying you state, when you're going back to the American state citizens, where it says United States, that states, see? Then you got the small s, don't you see? Then you go by the Union States Society. That's part of the estate of who? Constitution. You sitting there like you looking like you understand what I'm saying. You straight.
Is,
All right.
is that the de jure versus de facto?
Ain't versus anything. It's just you covering all angles of your load of your title and your inheritance. When you start dealing with your estate, then you got estate, where that's another state plan. You deal with the capital E parentheses. Okay. You can go there, you can go a whole lot of places, me, Elo, all that kind of stuff. You feel me? Then you say state, well, you are state, aren't you? If you are looking at the American state citizens, the way the Pope, the Vatican classified it under the civil orders of, the military whole purpose, what? The whole purpose of creation was to protect the what? The American states and the American state citizen holds no loyalty to who? The office of the president. It says what? So that's the republic, the real republic. Okay, so the God came in from the Pope to get things situated because you hadn't got your seat back. So he wrote the civil order in motu proprio, and because you got your seat back, he had to do what? According to law, return your what? Your possession. And now you systematize it with a constitution, which set for a whole year, which made it what? Living. Because you can only be a sovereign if you got to live in what? Constitution, right? So once that year left, we had the what? The only living constitution on the land, which is the what? Covers the whole estate. Make sense?
Makes sense. Got it too.
I can carry another level, you don't go to the more science, but we don't leave it there on that one, so that give you a better understanding where we coming from, right?
Got it. Question 28, full colon space. What is the destiny of his dash Imperial dash Majesty's office? Answer, full colon space. To unify the sovereigns, restore divine law, and uplift nominate nations into global governments.
Right.
Explanation, full colon space. Capital H dot E dot M dot is the catalyst of the Imperial Age, establishing cosmic order on Earth.
That's right.
Roman numeral 1, emergence of the crown.
All right, this is 28 we didn't get last night, right?
Right. Question 33, full colon space.
Hold on, man. You just said 28. How you get to question 33? It's gonna be 29.
Yep.
Yes, it's saying 33.
I know, I see it. Well, what 29 at? You just said
right.
question 28.
3 missing.
No, ain't missing. You just gotta go back.
Skip on us.
There you go, 29. There you go. Come on.
Question 29, full color space. What is your classification in all caps ECMYE dash all caps IRKR law? Answer, full color space. You are a sovereign, imperial, and imperial dash American state citizen, not subject to U.S. federal or municipal statutes.
Well, you gotta say U.S. all cap.
U.S. all caps, correct.
Or you can say U.S. all cap.
All caps.
Federal.
Answer. You are a sovereign, imperial, and imperial dash American state citizens, not subject to capital dot U dot S dot federal or municipal statutes. Explanation, full color space. You are recognized under capital ICC-MYE Article 4 and governed by imperial and imperial jurisdiction.
You know, we want to change this. We have to make. You have to update this ad. We could. That F right there need to be a capital F. So when you go to small F, you're going back to the doctrine of the state. So that's a federal all cap F and a municipal all cap M and all cap S. All right. So we get straight. It just hit me when you reading it. I say, well, that can't be a small F because that take you back to Moore's jurisdiction before they raised the F. So that's yeah. So that's got to be a capital F and a capital M and capital S. That makes sense now, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And it seems like you
And
use statue
capital
small,
S.
yeah, or you
Yeah.
can leave it like either one. Will make a difference. All right, so that makes sense, right? We good now on that one?
We're good.
All right, we should be straight for the rest of them, right? Okay, cool.
Question 30, full color space. What make your status imperial and imperial, not royal alone? Answer, full color space. Emperorship governs multiple nations or sovereign peoples under one imperial constitutional throne. Explanation, full color space. A king rules a single nation. An emperor unites multiple sovereign tribes or states, such as the Yamashi, Washistaw, Moorish, and Moroccan nations.
That was an
Question.
interesting one.
Yeah.
No, you good. I said that was an interesting one. You know,
Yes.
make sure everybody gets absorbing this. All right, come on.
Question 31, full color space. How is your imperial office activated? Answer. Through decree, notice of appointment, capital IMYRS registry, and imperial constitution. Explanation, full color space. Your sovereignty is activated by proclamation, recording, and public international notice, not election, vote.
Dash connected.
Notice, dash connected, not election, vote, or corporate recognition.
Yeah, attached to it to make sure you get it right.
Right. That's right.
Go back one. See? So that guy up there, the podium, saying what? He wants to be a king, right?
Right.
But he's elected, right?
Correct.
Now what? A vote, right? And it's a
Yes.
corporate recognition, ain't it? So how
Yeah,
can
it
he
is.
say he want to be a king, right? You said they play games with you?
Right there.
Control the mic, y'all. Control the mic. Come on.
Question 32, full color space. What date anchors capital H.E.M. sovereignty in public record? Answer, full color space, 18 July 2007, retroactive to 4 March 2004, 11 February 2004, 30 September 2003, under the Treaty of Berne and all caps UPU. Also, 20 June 2003, effective 19 June 2003, parentheses, all caps, YNAG-IMAE in parentheses. Explanation, full colon space. These are the foundational accession dates of Imperial and Imperial authority.
Got it right.
Activation.
Yeah, but I say you see the dates on it, it makes sense to you, right?
Yep.
No question, y'all good?
Good.
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 Roman numeral 2. Constitution, decree, and law. Question 33, full colon space. What is the all caps ICC-MYE? Answer, full colon space. The Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamashi Empire. Explanation, full colon space. It codifies your imperialship, land rights.
Emperorship.
Emperorships. Keep doing that. Emperorship. Land rights, jurisdictional immunity, and intergovernmental authority.
Well, he could have wrote it like it codifies all cap H.E.M. emperorship. Says your, that's kind of, we wrote. But anyway, that's cool. Next.
Question 34, full colon space. What is Emperor's Directive -000 Z? Answer,
For
full
capital
colon
Z.
space. Yes.
All right, come on. You ain't sleeping?
Answer, full colon space. The constitutional activation directive of the Imperial Royal Kingdom, parentheses, capital IRK, in parentheses. Explanation, full colon space. It brings the Imperial, all caps, CMYE, all caps, IRK, Republic, into effect as a living sovereign government.
Read the explanation again.
Say it again, Emperor.
I said, read that explanation again.
Explanation. Explanation, full colon space. It brings the Imperial, all caps, CMYE, all caps, IRK, Republic, into effect as a living sovereign government.
As a what?
Living sovereign government.
You see how powerful that Emperor's Directives is? It creates
Right.
what? It has the power to create a what? A living sovereign government. So you see Emperor's Directive? You see how powerful it is, right?
Yes.
Come on.
Question 35, full colon space. Is your imperial law recognized internationally? Answer, full colon space. Yes, connected under the Treaty of Berne, all caps UPU, apostille, all caps UN, The Hague, and living acts
and live
state
and live
acts. Yes.
How you
and,
get living out of that? You all right over there? All right, come on. Question 35, colon space. Is your imperial law recognized internationally? Question mark. Answer, colon space. Yes, connected under the Treaty of Berne, UPU, all cap, Universal Postal Union. Apostille, should put authority on there. UN all cap dash the head and live acts dash of dash state doctrine. Explanation code in space. Sovereign imperial law when filed notice and published holds international legal standing, which carry you back into what? In the multi-proprio status doctrine, right? You feel me? All right. It makes sense to you now?
Makes sense.
All right, you gotta get the feeling up. You sitting there going, you messing with me. Come on.
Question 36, full color space. Are you immune to corporate jurisdiction?
Question
Answer.
mark.
Question mark. Answer, full color space. Yes, under sovereign immunity and diplomatic protections. Explanation, full color space. Your immunity is recognized through apostille certificates, imperial and imperial decrees, and your diplomatic posture.
Also, you got to go in there when I told you a while ago about when I went into court and filed the apostille with the State Department open court. And the prosecutor said, what? If Mr. Kufu Radu Samson L wants to quote Thunderfire end quote, wants to stand under the Foreign Sovereignty Immunities Act. Remember? He said what? He got to have recognition by who? State Department. So that exempt you from what? By you having that apostille, they immune you from what? Corporate jurisdiction, right?
That's right.
That's it. You see it, don't you?
Yes.
See the difference between apostille number 2 and apostille number 1 now? See, on apostille number 1, you fall under what? Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, right? I mean, what? You got your own venue, you got your own state, and those states sit in seat of another state, right?
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Y'all wake up, let's go. Let me put some coffee on for all of you. Got a little moonshine for you. You need some?
Nah, I'm past.
I can use a cup.
Yeah, I can use a cup.
I think I'd rather have that moonshine right
That
now.
special coffee.
that moonshine sounded
that
pretty
might
good.
get you going over
I think so.
Cup of magic.
Cup of magic.
It's damn sure is a cup of magic. Ain't?
Question 37, full colon space. What is a notice of accession? Question mark. Answer, full colon space. A formal declaration of sovereign action, change, or recognition filed with all caps IMYRS. Explanation, full colon space. This is the legal instrument to claim, affirm, or activate office of territory and territory.
Offices and territory.
Yes.
Come on now, you gotta get it right. Sweet. That again.
Question 37, full colon space. What is a notice of accession?
Or it's A.
Right. What is a notice?
Not the. You keep saying the. You say what is a notice of accession?
No, I said A.
You did?
What
okay,
is
so
a
you said
procession?
the. All right, come on.
Yes. No. Question mark. Answer. Full colon space. A formal declaration of sovereign action, change, or recognition filed with all caps IMYRS. Explanation, full colon space. This is the legal instrument to claim, affirm, or activate offices and territory.
It says what? This is the what?
The legal instrument to claim, affirm.
It didn't say a legal, did it? It says the legal.
Right.
So that means for you to be legal, you got to be able to write a what? Notice of accession, right? So all them kids that's claiming they got legal status or got some kind of status, what? Ask them, can they write a notice of accession? Because they give you, that's a legal instrument, right?
Right.
99.9% don't know what the hell you just said. Because they ain't got no state, so they don't know nothing about a notice of accession. You feel me? That's why you see it ain't public information. It's government owned. You feel me? because you don't need to share it. If they know how to write one, they write one, right?
Correct.
And if they ain't got no what? They ain't got no status, they can't write a what? A legal instrument can't. So you're not really worried about it. Why? Because they would commit fraud against themselves, right?
Who
Right.
will accept it?
Fraud against themselves.
Correct.
You ain't worried about nobody accepting because you got sovereign right to write it. Once you write it and sign it and file it in your recording service, who you got venue under, right? It gives it what? International standing. See? It's kind of getting it.
All right.
Whether they accept it or not.
No, they're going to accept it because you're coming from a foreign entity. So you got different method protocol. You're not in a game where you at that game. No. Everything you send out in treaty law, they have to accept it based on their charter and everything else they done sign on to. You seem like you trying to miss us with them organizations out there. When they send shit off, they don't get no damn response because they ain't got no venue. You got everything we send out get response. So whether you've been on ship that you ain't been, getting caught up on your ship, you got to understand that there ain't nothing. You got direct communication. So you ain't no question whether they're no. That's some sovereign citizen thinking. We fightology over here. We know. So when I send it out, they let you know because you're supposed to wrote an essay on this on the notice of accession. So if you wrote an essay on notice of accession, you're supposed to be under understanding of the formal declaration of sovereign action. Okay? You're like, damn, I gotta get caught up on line call, right?
Question 38. Full color space. Can you lawfully be summoned by U.S. courts? Question mark.
Well, it should be
Answer.
like it should have been like can H.E.M. all cat be lawfully summoned? You feel me? Because he said you. So who is you? So it's got to be talking to me, right? So you see, now you already got B in there. Can all cat H.E.M. Okay, yeah, you're right. Be lawfully, yeah, be going in front. My bad. Why you ain't catch me? You gonna leave me out there? I got a good excuse. All right, now come on with the answer.
Answer. Full color space. Only with your consent and waiver of sovereign
Only with
immunity.
his consent. But see how she wrote it. So you got to put it in that format. It says only with his consent and waiver of sovereign immunity, which never happened. And then you got explanation. Imperial law states that no foreign court may try a sovereign head without breaching international law or international norm, acts of state doctrine. Okay, without the acts dash state to make sure you cover both realms, right? So it goes back to the acts of state to wit, Supreme Court ruling. No state can sit in the seat of another state. So that goes into that format there too. Right now?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
All right, come on.
Roman numeral 3, governance and diplomacy. Question 39. Full colon space. What body?
Hold on, man. Question in the chat. Kim, you see it?
Oh yeah. Nanya Kim. Salam alaikum, ma'ashawu. Protecting. Doesn't the 18th July 2007 anniversary grant us recognition as a constitutional sovereign government by way of international law globally?
That's a no. Once we sent the 18 March 2022 Imperial moto proprio order was, or Imperial Royal moto proprio.
Royal.
Yeah. Once we sent that out, Kim, I don't think he was on the ship. Once that brought everybody to the table. You remember they said in the Bible that Elijah said one day in that day and time, he gonna call them out the sun and call all their gods to show up. And they see which one is the real God, right? You remember that?
The real guard? No.
I said the real God, G-O-D. Come on, dog.
Okay, G-O-D.
I said Elijah in the Bible.
Right on.
All right. So the moto proprio, the royal moto proprio I sent out, that's what I did. I called all their gods to come and prove me wrong. From the Pope all the way down to the dirt and the ant, okay? So once they got their 60 days out of the way, they knew they were done. But on that type of document, you got to go to international norm, which is 100 days. And then you got 100 days and 120 days. So if you go check the record, the Vatican on 100th day of the motu proprio, that's when they called all their banks and tell them to send their do-re-mi back to the Vatican. That's when he signed it in. And on the 20th day, 120th day, he went into effect, which was around what? 27th August 2023. And when I stepped on the market as who? Once the motu proprio couldn't get answered, I stepped on the market as who? I went from a head of state to who? His Majesty. Because you done called them all out with the motu proprio. And nobody showed up to contest your sovereignty and your status. So now you came on record at the UN, the Security Council at the UN, let's make that straight, as His Majesty. So when that country came over, you know what I'm talking about, to check on you, they had you on record as what? His Majesty, Nama Emperor. You feel me?
Yes.
So that's when we came on record, Kim, as you ready for this? As the indigenous government of the Americas. So you got all these governors, right? You got all these Canada, United States, Mexico, Belize, South America, all down, right? I thought they had status, right? So you come in with your status, you now on record as the CMYE-IRK is on record as the who? Imperial indigenous government of the Americas. Remember? I get a little light. You shine all that light up there, Lamar, so I had to come get some. So it's still a little bit free. Okay.
Happy to share.
You feel me? Y'all start getting that, right?
Right.
Yep.
We have a question in the chat.
What you got?
YouTube question, my bad. From Ira. Wait a minute, this is Vanenti.
Oh yeah, I got the question.
You got it?
Yes, yeah. Go ahead and read it though. Come on, you got you the head.
From Ira Livingston, Emperor. Is the NAMA Constitution and government in effect now? If so, does it protect only NAMA nationals?
Oh yeah, we've been in effect since 2004, 7. All the dates we claim that's on our record. We just now emerging on the world scene to do government to government business, but that was development behind the scene to make sure we got the record straight. So once you arrive, you can't change it. Nothing. You feel me? We learned that with Chief Black Eagle, and said when he chastised the playing chief back in the day. Okay, so yeah, we've been active completely. It's just like I said, it's a learning process how to run your own state. They taught everybody how to run a business, church, whatever. You feel me? You gotta run your own state. So yeah, we affect big time. Does it protect? Oh yeah, it can only protect non-nationals because you nationalize under your own foreign state. Your citizenship you got is under the jurisdiction of whatever state you from. You can't separate that. We came along. I mean, the militia people was attempting since the 60s. And I told y'all that story about Archbishop, who was part of dealing with him in 17 when he said, what? I think we finally figured out how to get out the system, Emperor. And I said, how? He said, you got to be something like a foreign national in your own country. And that's when I said I pulled that joint out of his mouth because he didn't need to smoke no damn more. Because I told him we did that back in 2004. It's 2017 now. You just not catching up. So now you telling me we what, 14, 10, 14, we 13 years ahead of everybody? Because they just caught up to what's really going on. So the only way you can transfer that, get outside that birthright contract, you got to be able to transfer it over to your own state. Even if you go get citizenship in another state, like say Jamaica somewhere, you ain't transferring over to your own state. You're transferring that birthright account over to Jamaica now. Okay, and you're a citizen. You need their passport, driver license, all that to be recognized. Same thing over here. In our jurisdiction, we have our own right to travel pass. We don't need no port pass because we're not ports. We are live beings. So we have right to travel pass book. Okay. If that makes sense to you. So it can only protect who's under the venue of the jurisdiction of my sovereignty or the government. So when you become a national, you're under these flags up here, and then you can become whoever you want under your jurisdiction. I can't even tell you the sky's the limit because you got trillion millions of miles now, before, but that's how much sovereignty you have. So yes, we've been active now. It's like you see, we have open calls to express ourselves because we've behind the scene. They're trying to keep us down. So, but opening up, we be opening up soon because there's certain jobs that got to get filled. But you got to make sure it's going to move smoothly without hiccups. Where some people might stay in the university for a while to understand who we are. And that's why we got everything out. They can be studying behind the scene, or we got enough on the website. They can be reading to have some kind of concept of who we are and what type of sovereign status we got. We ain't in no competition with nobody, especially no organization or anything under the jurisdiction of the IRS or the United States or whatever state you under. Our venue outside all that, and it's recognized. So, and they're waiting on us. So, but we can't go out half-stepping. So if they've been preparing themselves to get ready, it gets deeper and deeper every day because they got a lot of assumptions of way things will work from that mindset. But over here, it's a different thought. It's not an assumption no more, it's a fact. So now it's a fact you got your own state. It's a fact you got your own banking authority. It's a fact you got your own constitutional authority. It's a fact you got your own court authority. And you got supreme small s court which makes your court the supreme law, the Supreme Court on the land, all your land. Okay, whether you see the United States like it is now and Canada, okay, for the record, that's what it is. But behind the record, the scene where the sovereign emperor then came and claimed all of the territories that belong to Saint Sael Yaya Maria, the empress of the Washistaw, which consists of over 3 million acres. The emperor also has came in and got all the empire land that belongs under Al-Marak and Al-Morocco. Now, under the treaty with Morocco, we'll deal with them on certain levels of the jurisdiction where we play at, but that's the government ain't nobody else's business. You feel me? But the equity of the 100 million gold that's on the flag, I already activated that. So I don't worry about all the people that are trying to say we not the gold don't exist and all that kind of crap. I done proved that it does. And it's real. And so now that with the postal proclamations out on the market, and I pierce as a true sovereign, I pierce through the Universal Postal Union to activate the Treaty of Bern. So the only way you can activate the Treaty of Bern, you are a true sovereign. So when I activate the Treaty of Bern, that officially now, outside of all the writings you heard me say from 207 all the way up about being part and parcel of the treaties that belong to the Washistaw and the Emperor of Morocco, activating the Treaty of Bern, when I did that, pierced the system. Well, now all them treaties is on our jurisdiction. So that shows you the true sovereign status that comes with my seat. So being a nomination, that's only you can only protect that's under your house. If you're under the United States, well, you're a citizen of the United States or the state that you reside in. So you chose them as your protection. You can't get no nationality or join an organization or create a clan or create a tribe or, that you see around the world, or especially the United States, 50, 60 of them. They can't get you nowhere because they have no venue. Under here, you're able to transfer your birth rate account over to your state. And what we do with it is our business. And what comes with it is our business, which is your account, which you will be brought into one of our offices and discuss your account and what you can do with what's been transferred over. Because you can be in the United States, but you don't need none of the IDs to maneuver. You don't need a driver license, you don't need the insurance companies, you don't need nothing. And you have access to go all over the world, all over anywhere. And when you go into foreign countries, that's contract between you and whoever the country is, Mexico, Morocco, Brazil, whoever. That we don't need permission from the White House to go do anything we gonna do. Or we don't, like these see them out there on the market now, hustling, pimping them countries and showing this colonialism. We done with that. So that help you out with that question? That help everybody else out?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. All right. They get back with us. You know how it is. Come on.
First and 40.
I was just talking about that one. Imperial Road Post, right? Come on.
Right. Full colon space. What does the Imperial Royal Post, parentheses, all cap ERP, in parentheses, do, question mark? Answer, full colon space. It dispatches Imperial notices, treaties, bonds, orders with full faith and credit. Explanation, full colon space. It functions under the Treaty, capital T, of Bern and capital UPU Constitution, capital ICC MYE, not capital USPS.
Some wicked shit, boy. So you tell me this sovereign emperor able to come in in 2025 and create a postal jurisdiction outside of the USPS on his own territory with postal seals? Kidding me.
Yeah.
Kidding me, right?
They still don't agree.
They're gonna take a while. I want to tell them, they get the Advil, they be all right. They don't get away 800 milligrams.
Hey, we need more than that. I mean, they keep telling themselves they woke up. Yeah, right. They ain't woke up nowhere.
Oh, well, see, remember, I got a light they never seen before. Now they start to read and understand it. You think you ain't just teaching the world right now. You're teaching the people on here. You know who look at our stuff behind the scenes. So you teaching generals and all that stuff right now that's behind the scenes, watching everything we do as we emerging, because they got to prepare for what my rival. You feel me?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Right.
Think they're awake, but they sleepwalking.
So in your questions here, and the question before Muhammad yesterday, Emperor Muhammad, City III, and then you got Empress Saint Ayamaria 3 days ago. And 2 days ago was Emperor Cold Space, Muhammad, City III. You see, all that, they understand, you understand your royal seat. So now they got to prepare for your arrival because you let them know through your questions, through your answer, and your explanations, you showing them, you teaching them that you understand at this level that you're speaking on. Because I can take it to another level, but this is a good medium so that we can explore, with the world and whoever don't understand what a sovereign state is, and they can understand what real full faith and credit, sovereign authority, indigenous rights, human rights, being able to conquer flags, copy claim flags that corporations just can't do. So these questions, answers, explanation give you, and that's not you, numbers, preparing them so that they can address whoever officials they need to address on whatever matter they need to address in the very near days. You feel me? You know me, I say minutes, minutes, hours, as they preparing themselves. See, this right there, this really helps them get that fear out of them. You feel me? You see, help me get that that thought that they thought Jesus was coming, they realized he ain't. This here get rid of that shit. You feel me? Y'all didn't catch that shit, eh? All right, I'm out here by myself, right?
Nah, I caught it. There's a whole lot of stuff they can't get rid of right now. They talk, but they ain't ready to get rid of it.
You're right.
Thinking they know where they are. They don't know where they are.
Well, he haven't created a whole new government. He is attempting to transform the government, to fit the narrative. But the Constitution won't allow that to fit. So you either gonna have a Constitution reparation, what do you call that word?
Referendum.
What's that word? What?
Referendum.
No, that ain't what they call it. They call it a Constitution. What is it?
Constitution.
Was it Reconstruction?
Yeah, they got to reconstruct the Constitution because it's not gonna bend the way that he's attempted to bend it. It's gonna throw the total judicial system, which is already in chaos. You feel me?
Exactly.
Because you losing the balance that was created on to make it hold together. Once that balance is unshaped, then just like what happened in Abraham Lincoln days, you lost that seat. So now that seat, you see how confused that seat is because he come in and say he wants to be this new type of executive, because he's the executive officer, and so he got a right to own the attorney general. He got the right to own, you know what I'm saying? And so to do what he want to do, but then tell you, well, it's up to them to do it. But you know, behind the scene, they doing everything you tell them that you ain't telling the public, because it's like you got a same kind of coup d'etat going on in now that was going on in 1871. But back then the military did it. He's trying to do it through the so-called authority that was granted to the office of the president. But in reality, there ain't really no authority that was granted to the president that he can do. But everything he's writing, it's got to go through the Congress. So, but he got the Congress in the pawn. A lot of stuff he signed it, when he gets signed, the Congress is balanced because they got the purse. So he out here buying planes and everything on the purse, and he ain't telling Congress. Of course, the military can do what he want to do because he got a defense secretary. You feel me? But everything, all that, because your birthright contract is the purse. So if he's able to write off of your purse any way he want, well, you got a banana republic. So he, you know what I'm saying, he have no room to be racist because he's writing off of everybody's trust account, whether you're orange, green, blue, black, Caucasian, red, whatever, it doesn't matter. They help you out.
Yep.
I got you thinking, huh?
That's serious right there.
Everything's serious.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the time you come into a new era. So you seeing the dying of an empire, you see the rise of one. But they used to that war and all that kind of stuff. But you see how they brought me in. You feel me?
Oh yeah.
So I don't get no older. So 58 forever. That's ruling. So you coming to your seat this year. It's already written. It's already in motion. You just before like the post. That's part of your emergence, right? You had to come and do what? Create your own post, right? Because the universe post, you control everything, right? Yes. Everybody don't know that though.
As far as we know.
Well, no, the post, you got the most, listen, UPU got more commercial contracts in the nation in the world. So they can call everybody in the world together to form one army if they want. A part of the postal system is called postal inspectors, right? So all the games you hear them playing about dropping bombs on Iran, the nuclear system. Well, if they was all international norm without all this violation of international law, well, you wouldn't have all them problems because the postal inspectors can go in anybody's damn territory, but they put a stamp on that damn paperwork, right?
Yeah, that's what you've shown.
Oh, that'll woke all y'all up, that right?
That's right.
That's right there.
That woke your ass up now, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Authority.
See, so they can go anywhere, postal inspectors. Come on. If that new plant is receiving some cargo, I know it is every day, where it had to get paid by postage, right? You had to travel, right? So that brings it under jurisdiction of the what? UPU. And the governing force of the new UPU, remember? Now, the president of the United States is supposed to have, since 1951, jurisdiction over the authority of the UPU, right? But that just got canceled out 13 May 2025. Why? Because I pierced the system. So now they got to verify that they got what? They got treaty rights that they claim to have since the UN was created, because they had jurisdiction over the what? The gold. Well, they ain't got jurisdiction over the gold more. Why? Because the Mirror-Moore has officially claimed it back. It's on his paperwork. You see the 4-day stop flag, right? Been up there, right? And I can trace it all the way back to when 205, right? When I went out with that case. You feel me?
Definitely. Definitely.
What day and time is real time is ever since they created Mr. Bean, Dr. Bean, Mr. Bean over there in England, time been on the second. All right, real time is first. So non-monarchical operate on the first. They got the whole world operating on the second. So you are in real time because you got your own system. As you're growing, you're gonna be living your system. Well, you got 28 days a month, you feel me? You got 13 months in a year, all that. That's your system. So you gotta that's part of you transforming over to your own state. Because you can't think on that level and come over here and work. When you come over here, I got to cut that Erykah Badu bag off. Well, we're gonna have a slice there where you keep trying to bring that shit across. We got to keep cutting that shit off. You feel me?
What'd you say,
We
Erica?
have to.
Bring me up to speed on that. What about an Erykah Badu bag?
That's why I said it. That's why I said the bag of issues that you want to attempt to bring across the gate. You got to get cut off. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't fit over here. That's why everybody don't understand so hard for them, because they're so used to colonialism. They don't have no thought about what a sovereign state can do for their person and their being and their soul. You feel me? They still stuck in the illusion that some image that someone created can't die for them when they got a contract with a foreign state. You can't be in two places at one time. I don't see no Jesus flag on the battleground. I see country flags fighting for the rights of a country. And then when they die, they say, oh, they Jesus. You feel me? But that don't make sense, because they died in worship of that leader. They didn't die in worship of Christ. They died in worship of that leader, worshiping a flag. So what right did they have to bring Christ into the damn picture now? Because they're not warriors of Christ. They're warriors of their country or their flag or their leaders. Their leaders die, get old, die, shit on themselves, do all kind of shit. You feel me? They didn't get no salvation. So it was just you so indulged in that paperwork that you say you're not. But look how they worshiping the leader. Look what remember, I tell you, when Obama came in, they had folk in Georgia asking him to save them. You see how they flipped that shit? He's just president. He couldn't do nothing no way. You won't stand up and defend your birthright constitution. I don't see nobody stand up for their birthright constitution. I hear them stand up taking all these clans, where they want to be a Ku Klux Klan or MAGA or Black Nationals or whatever. See, everything away from your contract. Create an entrepreneur, businesses, LLC, trust, everything what? Away from your contract. You ain't learn how to learn how to control your own birthright contract. But you had to create all this other mess and don't even know your own contract, that you sold your soul to a foreign entity. So you can say all you want that you want somebody to come and save you from that contract. How? You volunteer signed it. Don't make sense now, do it. That's why you say what? We take all the books and do what? Fold them up and go throw them in the ocean, right? That's in your declaration. Oh, okay. Well, if you got a question, come on. So that makes sense to y'all?
Makes a lot of sense.
So you got a lot of emotional people, right?
Absolutely.
And you know, and the young folk under 40, they done. So they they ain't got no knowledge. You know what I'm saying? They just yeah, they done. Oh. And then you see the 40 over now, what they getting weak and old, they going right back into the church, right?
Right.
Trying to get married, to get settled down, and have somebody right out the shit with them. Right? None of that shit they did made sense, right? Now they left holding the bag and closet full of paperwork, clothes, got dust and all that shit on, right?
Maybe that's why they still call religion the last refuge of scoundrels.
Here we go with you again. You know your mind. Come on, Kim, what you got?
You have
So
a
did that
question
help you
from
out with your question about his time and day is real time? You got that first? Because they put you on the second, remember? They got 60 seconds in a what? Minute, right? They got 60 minutes in what? An hour, right? You got 24 hours in a what? A day, right?
That's right.
You got 30 days in a what? Month, right?
30, 31. That's right.
All based on the second, see? So you see how hard it is for you to transfer over to the first?
Mm-hmm.
It's like crossing that fence, I tell you. Being a foreign national country. You got to cross that fence. What you trying to bring over there? All that second-hand information. And what you got second-hand information, affirmation, all that, whatever on sound right reason, whatever you make you feel good. Still coming from that second, right?
Right.
So you see how hard it is for me? See how hard it is for us? You got comfort now. Why? You got your own sovereignty. You got your own full faith and credit. You got your own absolute authority. You got your own everything. Feel me? That's how you can feel. See out there when we was out there lost in the world, right? You get out there, you know where I got out there. They want to know where to go. I walked through the Great Seal. That shit. I had to come back through and legally through their system put Khufu took Ranub on paper because that crap that they had out there with Great Seal. Round table, all that bullshit, man, we'll pay. Just like I said. So I was like, oh, no. I'm safe over here with my government. And I only visit over there because Chief Pellegrini had all the tapes about what the more could do, this and that, all in the court. Yeah, we did all that. Yeah, we did all that. We did it. Perfect. We perfected that shit, right? And the judge was like we were stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
See, we did that. See, I told you, we never got out of pre-trial. You have about 10 damn pre-trial. You know? We never got out of pre-trial. We was in a phone. We was in a bunny, homie.
Right.
All right, where we at? 40? 41 now, right?
Should be 41.
All right, anything else? Y'all good? We good?
Oh yeah, we good.
What is this? Oh, we did the question already. Okay. All right. Question 41. Full colon space. Can you sign international treaties?
Well, that should be like, can H.E.M sign international treaty? Or can the IOH, no, it has to be a person. But the authority comes from the office. But it would have to be like, can H.E.M sign international treaty? But you mean me, okay? And so the answer, it says itself right. It says yes, as a sovereign emperor, you feel me? Under Jew what? Imperial Jew honorer, you feel me? See what I say a while ago. If they say they're a true sovereign, they supposed to have certain things around their appellation, right? So why ain't nobody out there doing what? Jew Imperial, Jew honor him, you see? Starting to get it? Huh?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And it says what? Explanation, code of space, right? He says what? You may ratify, reject, or what? Or amend treaties. Treaty peace friendship. We got to amend it, right? Affecting what? Your demeanor nationally. You see? Tell y'all that. If you want to go back and reject certain treaties that Spain, Italy, let's say Spain, France, and them signed on behalf of the Washistaw, you got the permission to ratify. You feel me? Reject. See? That's under your jurisdiction. So as imperial ambassadors or imperial ambassadors at large, when they talking to foreign state representing whatever's under the royal crown, you feel me? That's main conversation is treaties. Because you able to open up treaties past treaty of peace friendship. The United States had that long treaty they had with Morocco. But they out there they out there as a pirate ship right there now. With all this military authority and billionaires control this military industry. That's pirates. They have no lawful standard. They legally, remember, they can legally and administratively operate your birthright contract. They can't lawfully do it. If you go read the Pope's Imperial Motu Proprio he wrote back in 2000, when was it, y'all? 2013? You feel me? And then you know how many people read it. Yeah, how many people read it and understand that they read it, right?
Right. Perfect.
Because he was talking to who? He was talking to a sovereign emperor. And he said, well, if he's a true emperor, he'll understand what's written here. But you had all them sheikhs and imams and wannabe emperors and kings and all that shit out there behind the scenes trying to classify themselves under that. It ain't had nothing to do with you. You feel me? Then they started putting that on their paperwork. You're going to be rejected from your bench if you don't accept my international bill. I said, them boys crazy. You see how they mess up things?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
All the damn time.
I have no clue. Come on.
Question 41. Full color space.
Oh, I thought we just finished that.
Really? International treaties, yes.
We just signed that.
We did.
Yeah.
42. Question 42. Full color space. What is capital H dot E dot M dot's diplomatic status? Answer. Full color space. Question. Answer. Question mark. Answer. Full colon space. Non-aligned sovereign state head. Imperial and imperial government leader.
When you go back and look at that public notice I read way back in 2003, 4. And I said what? When I was fighting the post office, I was a sovereign head over what? 2 sovereign states. See? So when they put that on your appellation behind you, then you know that stuff go all the way back that we've been telling the whole while, right? You created a sovereign state with the contract with Georgia and then got authenticated with the United States. You feel me? But unbeknown to both of them, they didn't know they was also signing as sovereign prince. And then became a sovereign crown prince after the State Department gave it to him. The crown prince passed away. You feel me? Went to a high life, peace be upon him. You feel me? So everything fell under you. The sovereign prince seat, King D. Bourbon estate, the land right to the St. Ildefonso, Monroe, Louisiana, all that's under my crown since that day. So y'all wonder why I kept quiet. Look at all that stuff I had on me. You go out there and talk to people, look at you like you done lost your damn mind, so they wouldn't be wasting your breath, but one day you might need it, right?
Right.
Have you thought about what they were thinking when they signed that?
Oh, they didn't have no clue. So Georgia attempted to get out of it, but they was 100 some days behind. They was a day late and $1 short.
Yeah.
They tried to recontract through the the certified mail process, certified first class mail process. You feel me? That's the only way they can create a contract through the democracy. You feel me?
But they have 90 days?
No, they got 120 days. 120 days.
120.
Yeah. And that was 121, 122 was made in what? A day late, a dollar short, right? And you know what? You know why they keep us so quiet there with Georgia? Because at the same time, the Ku Klux Klan were trying to get the rebel flag on the rebel symbol on the flag in the house and all that stuff. They were going over back then. And we came in behind the door and got our Yamasee government flag starting in, you feel me?
Oh,
Authenticated.
wow.
So you know they couldn't go out there and tell them boys, right? They had a result putting the rebel flag on their tag and shit, because the state flag is what it is now, you see?
And that stuff quickly died down.
Well, you gotta realize the true Ku Klux Klansman is in the contract with the Moors that the black man don't understand. And they call them racists and everything else. But the Ku Klux Klans said they were going to protect the rights of the Moors away from the African Americans, blacks. So if you ain't coming represent yourself as a Moor, you ain't rightful under that contract that they were fighting over to them. When you start talking about the Yankees and the Confederates and going into the Stonewall Jackson and Robert E. Lee and them, what they was attempting to do, because they knew about that contract. Lincoln and them had another version of it to free the slaves when the whole fight was over the Washistaw land anyway. So you never got free from slavery. They just put you in another citizenship and enslave you to pay taxes the rest of your damn life. So why they say the Civil War was free the slave? Well, they made everybody damn slave there, right? Made sense to you now, right?
Is that the New Deal?
Huh?
Was that the New Deal?
No, they were the new citizen. Remember they said they created a new citizen.
Right.
And they raised the C. Now you got a new citizenship under the new United States of America, under the corporate venue. You feel me?
Mm.
So you didn't have no we the people no more. It was corporation.
Right.
So now you see all the bills and everything they signed is to benefit the what? The corporations. Not the corporation as the person you acting as. Corporations as builders and stuff that they got contracts with, that billionaires got contract with to control the flow. Feel me?
Yes. Explanation. Full colon space, capital H dot E dot M dot is not represented by any UN member dash state, but stand as a foreign dignitary of an indigenous kingdom / empire.
All right. Read it like you're in 8th grade. Come on.
Let's start from the top. Question 42. Full colon space. What is capital H dot E dot M dot's diplomatic status? Question mark. Answer. Full colon space. Non-aligned sovereign state head, imperial and imperial government leader. Explanation. Full colon space, capital H dot E dot M dot is not represented by any capital UN member dash state, but stand as a foreign dignitary of an indigenous kingdom / empire.
I can wake you up. Come on, y'all.
Question 43. Full colon space. What affirms capital H dot E dot M dot's foreign status? Answer. Full colon space. His Yamasee, Mur / Moor, and Washistaw-Turner nationality. Apostilles number 040101010 and 0401010-1. Capital G A, all caps, dash 560.
Georgia, capital GA, dash 5604B, capital B, Imperial filings. All right, come on.
Yeah.
Explanation, code of space, all cap H.E.M. is reported as a foreign national in his own country, parentheses, country of the United States that states, in parentheses, to the U.S. all cap dot U.S. U dot S dot all cap corporate entity. So they de facto you are de jure. See? So you stand in the laws of the United States. They can't even stand in the laws of the United States. They stand in the corporate United States codes, right? U dot S dot C dot all cap, right?
Right.
See? Come on. 44, let's go.
Question 44, full color space. Can capital H.E.M. orders be enforced internationally? Question mark. Answer, full color space. Yes, when sealed by Imperial authority, properly noticed and transmitted through treaty channels.
Right. Treaty law, supreme law of the land, right? You love that shit, don't you?
Supreme law.
Come on.
Explanation, full color space. Sovereign orders carry binding legal weight under international law when transmitted via the all caps ERP and soul flow. Roman number 4, cosmic, spiritual, and functional. Question 45, full color space. What makes capital H.E.M. more than an administrator? Question mark. Answer, full color space. All caps H.E.M. is a flame holder, a custodian of the sovereign scroll, and embodiment of the living law. Explanation, full color space. Your rulership is cosmic, not corporate. It transcends policy and touches creation.
Yeah, but that York could be, it would be H.E.M. rulership is cosmic, not corporate. It's like it takes that. I'm telling y'all, get personal out of it. Can't be personal. You gotta take the emotions out of it. Got a lot of people write papers, they got all their emotions there. Some of them even think for the judge, though. Well, the judge gonna say this. Yeah, shut up. Come on.
Let's read that explanation one more time.
You gonna do it again? All right, let's make it good. Come on.
Explanation, full colon space. Capital H.E.M. rulership is cosmic, not corporate. It transcends policy and touches creation.
Remember I told y'all that boy there in DC what I say they do? He can do the same thing I did, right? So why he try to come in and tear down that constitution when he just come do what I did? Create your own state, homie. But I think I'm a little too ahead of them, right?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, a lot.
Question 46, full colon space. What is capital H.E.M. relationship to the sun thrones? Question mark. Answer, full colon space. Capital H.E.M. is a descendant of the master fire deity. Niberian throne and the solar scroll of Lamu and Ipsu
Apsu.
Apsu, yes.
Apsu / Ray all cap.
All caps.
That's sun. That's S-U-N. That's his proper pronunciation. Apsu. That's the sun. You're talking about the sun in the sky. That's Apsu / Ray all cap. Means sun. Okay. Come on.
Explanation, full colon space. Capital H.E.M. is part of the planetary royal
Part of A.
explanation, full colon space, capital H dot E dot M dot is part of a planetary royal imperial and imperial priesthood and imperial royal bloodline aligned to the ancient plane orders.
You're damn right. Yeah, that is right. They need to have a small I on that explanation right there. You got it?
There it
Cool,
is.
let's go.
Next question. Question 47, full colon space. What does quote emperor end quote mean in the office, in his
No,
office?
not the. You put the in there. Read it over. Come on. You getting
What
tired?
does
You need your backup to step in?
I'm good.
You
Question,
sure?
yeah, I think I'm good.
Come on.
Question 47, full colon space. What does quote emperor end quote mean in his office? Question mark. Answer, full colon space. Executor of divine law.
No,
over
ain't no
land.
the there.
Executor of divine law.
There you go. You say executive of the divine law. No, there ain't no the there. Come on.
Executive of divine law over land, air, water, and fire.
Damn right.
Explanation.
That's going back to my. That's going back to my, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who is my? My.
True.
Yeah, come on.
Explanation.
Who did to my? Come on, y'all. You leave me hanging. Balance. Land, air, water, and fire, right? Tom Moody Fusette, right?
Oh.
The wife was top, right? One of them, anyway. One of his mates. But she was the balance keeper, right? She came to 42 ideas of my. She came to 42 plus one ideas of mine that we wrote, and then she got the 42 laws of my. Remember? So you look at, you want to go back to the Moore, you got it, they call it law, okay? L-A-W, which in reality means land, air, water. By me being of the flame and the flame, well, now we got the balance because I bring the fire. So you see, so you got the law, you're going back to the Black Fez or Tabush that the Moors wore back in the Ottoman Empire days. When they cut the Ottoman Empire off, they cut the Fez off. They cut the law off. And what they came in? They came in with what? Color of law. So they cut the Black Fez off. So that means they were lawbringers, the lawgivers. Came under the Bey status. You feel me? So you got a lot of folk out there saying they Bey, but they ain't bringing no law. You not getting me? So what they do, they discredited their own noble titles because they got egos. You got those who claim to be El or Il and say they bloodline through the Elohim, but they ain't free for the contract or the birthright contract. So that's a fraud, right? Then you got the Ali, which traces back to Noble Drew Ali. They can't attach themselves to their bloodline, so that's a fraud, right? Then you got the Day, which goes back to the Caucasoid. Don't bring you to them noble titles, you feel me? So you got all these bays out here talking about the two letters between Morocco and the Bay and United States and the small U.S. sovereign Union States Society of America back then, Continental Congress, 200 plus letters of dealing with the Bay based on what? Law. But you got all these Moors that claim, de facto Moors out here claiming they Moor, but they ain't got no venue. If you claim to be a sovereign Moor or attach yourself to the Black-A-Muir or Black-A-Moor, going back to the Isle of Man, You got to have your own venue. Claiming is one thing, owning it is another, right?
That's right. Gotta live it.
It ain't easy to sound, is it?
No.
Because
Nope,
everybody got that damn,
definitely not.
everybody got that damn invisible bag they're trying to bring on the fucking ship, right? You don't realize you be so way the fuck down you can't even take off. It's like, huh?
Yeesh.
We're like, yo, man, I don't think you need it when your toothpaste and the toothbrush and your deodorant. That's about all you need. You got everything else here. You might have just personal stuff, you remember? Everything else you got here. You got that here too. So those are coming barehanded, right? I don't need nothing. I want to give it all back to the mother, right? Come on.
But Nancy, you have from YouTube, Rashid Malik L has a question for you, Emperor, but has only stated.
Oh, I seen that. I said whenever I said tell him to bring it,
okay.
but he ain't said that. Come on.
Yeah. All right, where we at?
So it says why I say you what? You are living jurisdiction. You see? So that make you ain't got no invisible line. Where your jurisdiction at? Under your venue, right? What's a venue? A place as a sovereign state or country or what nation. Right? What is a venue? If you're legal, you got a court, right? So if you got a lawful court, that give you what? Jurisdiction, don't it? So wherever your court got jurisdiction, you got free domain, don't you? So you protected by constitutional law, even though you got what? Foreigners on your land. Got you woke up that time, right?
Yeah.
All right. 42, 48, let's go. You got the explanation on that one, right? About living jurisdiction, a walking constitution, that's right. And flame with divine balance. That's you. You got a living constitution. You ain't never heard no such thing, have you?
I've not.
Until I came here, Emperor.
Because they gave you a de facto constitution, remember?
Right.
They tell you to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which to be all that. You like, how can a corporate raise the hand, right?
Right.
Damn. Never looked at it like that.
You always come with a good one. That was good.
Gotta keep you on your toes, you know? All right, 48.
That's
right. We getting close, y'all. Damn, we got 10 more to go. Getting there. Let's go.
Let's see, 48. Full color space. What is capital H dot E dot M's ultimate duty? Question mark. Answer, full color space. To safeguard divine law, protect the land, and uplift your people. Explanation, full color space. Capital H dot E dot M's mission is preservation, liberation, and unification of the Yamasee, Washistaw, and Morocco / Morocco nations.
I feel like that dash need to be in there. It's like Morocco / Morocco. That dash kind of take away the energy of it, but it's Morocco. You don't need a dash in there. And you can leave the other one in there to make sure you got cover on both ends, you know what we think. And you got that Washistaw. Okay? She. That carry you back to the Asian black man, you see? Carry you back to the Naga, all right? And the Naga was what? The Naga's on record has been what? The first one to bathe who? Sam who? Some call him Buddha now, you feel me? See? Sam who? See? Before anything else was, Sam who was, see? So you don't bring it to a whole nother level now, because now, before anything else was, Sam who what? You got to go get that infinity flame, right? Fire ray. They couldn't claim it because they couldn't control it. Only the 5 men, only sons and daughters of the flame can pick it up. You feel me? That's what it is. That's soul, immortality. Spirit is what? Death, nothing. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at your producer who wrote your book. Come on.
Next question. Question 49, full color space.
Oh, you caught that, Big New, huh?
What makes
All right.
all caps H.E.M. decrease a lie, question mark. Answer, full color space, capital H.
Tell me a comma there. You see that comma there? H.E.M. There's a comma there. Get that straight. Come on, come on.
Answer, full color space, H.E.M. comma S, breathe, capital H.E.M. comma S, blood.
Oh, that's breath. H.E.M.
Breath. Yeah, breath. Yeah.
Y'all gonna leave money like that. Come on now. Y'all can leave money like that.
Answer, full color space, capital H.E.M. Comma S, breath. Capital
No,
H.
look at it like this. All cap H.E.M's breath, all cap H.E.M's blood, all cap H.E.M's seal, and the sovereign scroll. Explanation, colon space. Unlike corporate statute, all cap H.E.M law is ancestral and spiritual, not mechanical or whatever. Statutory. You see?
That sounds better.
You like that? I did that to you. I told you that yesterday. Everybody know. You just you went right back to that all cap. I said he must be in from
I think that was something else, not this one.
That eagle's a mug, man. Come on.
I'm pretty
Let's
sure.
go to 50.
All right. Question 50. Full color space. How does capital H.E.M. pass succession? Question mark. Answer, full color space. Through recorded Imperial edict and raw top. Explanation, full color space. Succession is based on bloodline, merit, and divine designation. Space connected, not democracy or election.
Right. Democracy, you elect president, right? You got to elect them, right? So that make they ain't sovereign there, right?
That's right.
So why these guys keep trying to attempt to claim he is sovereign?
Delusional.
Funny, right? Come on, next.
Question 51, full color space. What phrase affirms capital ERP, all caps ERP, authority? Answer, full colon space. Quote, in peace, by decree, by treaty, joint, end quote. Explanation, full colon space, signifies imperial and imperial supremacy in law, treaty, and ceremony.
Whoa. In peace, by decree, by treaty, joint, end quote. Some wicked shit, right?
Eesh.
Some of y'all want to say some holy shit, right? Come on. You can't get that J out of your mind, right? That's some shit you supposed to be doing, right?
Question 52, full colon space. What divine revelations or ancestral instructions first guided capital H.E.M. in restoring the sacred thrones and activating the all caps CMYE dash all caps IRKR government? Question mark. Answer, full colon space. The Imperial restoration was initiated by divine birth and command through ancestral visions, and spiritual instructions to establish Imperial and Imperial thrones on earth. These revelations confirm the sacred duty to reclaim the inheritance of dispersed tribes. Explanation, full colon space. This question anchors the government's origin in divine law and vindicates the spiritual authority behind.
Vindicate, validate.
Yes, validates.
All right, read that over.
Explanation, full colon space. This question anchors the government's origin in divine law and validates the spiritual authority behind its founding actions.
You all right on there? Like you're struggling with your eyesight. You all right?
Yeah, those words did get a little small over there.
Okay.
Let me
see that? You see what I'm telling you the other day? What I said the other day on that call, what I tell the young boy, you gotta come over here and get your shit. You feel me? You can't go there and recreate anything. It's already been done. You can't do nothing but get corporate status, but you can't get outside that damn birthright contract. You feel me?
Yes.
The only way you get outside that birthright contract, you gotta be a foreign national in your own country, right? That's what American state citizen, right? So when the Pope wrote the motu proprio talking about a American state citizen, why did the Moors run out there trying to say talking about them, right? I said they ain't nowhere in that document it said it was a Moorish American in it. I said that's the ego, because see the Great Seal Moors got shut down because of all that fraudulent paperwork they were slinging in court, and they got listed as sovereign citizens and paper terrorists. Next thing you know, they try to recreate some consul court and all that stuff, and it just didn't make sense to me. Now they out there saying they're gonna defend the Constitution, which don't make no damn sense. See, because they got the tax exempt number. I mean, because think about it, if I got it, anybody can get it. You feel me? Back in the day, you feel me? Kind of coming through. But I knew how to, you just got to know how to use it if you're going to. But I never needed it. But I know them folk out there using it. They even put it on the back of people's plates. That kind of craziness. You feel me? And it don't make sense to me because, I'm just a common sense brother. You feel me? If you driving down the road and you have an incident and you hurt somebody and you got a plate on there with some tax exempt number on it, will you bringing a charge against the corporation, the Emmett Moore Science Temple? And then you got what? How you gonna pay the liability of that car or that person you damage? You feel me? So it never makes sense to me. Why you won't put a plate on your car without no valid insurance? Because if you got insurance on that car, that means you got insurance with a plate that's registered with the state. So why would you take that plate off and then go put a Morse plate on it with some written UCC code or the tax exempt code for what? I mean, why do you want to bring that kind of attention to yourself? You feel me? But they want to do everything to say they want to get out of the system, but they running around putting gas in their car with a credit card that's owned by the damn system. You feel me? So Genie ass ain't smart as Genie ass, right?
That's right.
That's right.
They need to start getting up at 3 a.m. to free their damn soul, right?
Free their soul. Real.
All right, y'all good on that one? Like I said, I ain't got no problem talking to them. They can't come over talking that bullshit. And if they have attacked me in the past, I mean, they might well keep on rolling down whatever ship they rolling on. You feel me? Cause I ain't one of them nice guys, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never tell nobody I was nice. You feel me? I came straight with everybody, you feel me? But I told you I live by the Psalms, you feel me? They came at me like I'm understanding whatever and wanted to attack. Okay, well, you forgot. You know who I am. You don't know who I am. You fucking with a real shaman here, you feel me? You know? I come from the fire. So to throw roots at me and spells and all that shit come right back on you right now. If it ain't took your ass out of here, being a part of that damn 3 million, you feel me? Because death to all my enemies. That's a fact. If death worked for me, he come from my light. Well, that's death to all my enemies. You feel me? So you ain't like me or leave me the fuck alone. You feel me?
That's right.
Yeesh.
Well, I ain't here. I'm rolling. Shit. Death. That's what you say. When them shackles open up, what you say? Shit, death all of you. So you know what I'm saying? You say, as the man said, you recognize me now. Shit. I pick you up on the other side. Because now you got 26,000 years burned. You know, because that clock stopped. Feel me? And if you got a soul, I'll give you another 26,000 years to burn. So I can just, because you just pissed me off. Anyway, let's go.
Question 53, full color space. How does capital H.E.M. define the divine architecture and intergovernmental balance between the Imperial Council, the all caps IROHEN, and the global diplomatic arms under the all caps CMYE all caps IRKR banner?
Question mark.
Answer. Question mark. Answer. Full color space. The all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR governs spiritual law, all caps IROHEM enforces national administration, and the all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR handles international diplomacy. Space connected.
No, that dash attached.
Dash attached. All functioning in unifying divine order.
Right.
Each body upholds one branch of sacred governance under the sovereign thrones.
And they think you can just come put that shit together yesterday. You feel me? Come on.
Right. Explanation, full color space. This clarifies the imperial systems. Tripartite.
Y'all hear him out. I ain't gonna tell them mess him up.
Tripartite.
Yeah.
There you go. I knew I get it.
Tripartite structure and ensures each ram fulfills its appointed role without overlap or confusion.
Role.
Yes.
It's appointed role. Now you gotta go read it again. You got it, see?
Explanation, full color space. This clarifies the imperial systems tripartite structure and ensures each ram fulfills its appointed role without overlap or confusion.
Thank you. That easy that was?
You like that?
No, I'm just saying you know how your government is balanced. It ain't about me liking this, reading what's on paper. And if you read what's on paper, you get a full understanding of it. You feel me? Right. That's why I say read like 8th grade. You know what I'm saying? That would cross you out ago. You didn't hear that one?
I heard.
I know he wasn't talking to me. I'm a graduate. I'm educated. I went to college.
In the public system. Built to dumb you down. All right. I say in
Anybody
the public.
got any questions so far? Y'all good? Any questions? Yeah, who you got? Somebody call me?
Mine over here.
2025. AI can build a pro-level website in a couple of minutes. Meanwhile,
somebody's mic's open.
Oh, that was me. Probably got my jam on. That's all. Y'all can hear that?
I heard somebody talking.
Oh, you did? Let me see.
Sound like a radio or something, but it's.
Oh, that was me. That's why I said I have a music. I switch the music.
All right.
Come on, I ain't know you hear it.
I just did just now.
Oh, so okay, when I bring it that close, you can hear it. All right, cool. All right, come
Okay.
on.
Question 54, full color space. What are the next decreed priorities for the activation of the royal offices and international diplomatic relations under all caps IROHEM and the Imperial Council ? Answer, full color space. Current priorities include deploying the 13 royal offices, formalizing national repatriation, and initiating sacred diplomatic treaties. These steps support the full emergence of the Imperial and Imperial nation among sovereign nations.
Right.
Explanation, full color space. The answer provides direction for next dash phase operations and alert officers to prepare for their Imperial and Imperial responsibilities.
That's right. That T need to come down. That don't be no the cappuccino need to be over there.
Got it.
Was that dealing with the GAR, Grand Army?
That's still in my office. I got 13 row offices under my house.
Okay.
And then you got the pod top, which is the executive secretariats who run the functions of the ROHEM. So she said the current priority include deploying. That's what I'm working on now. Because you gotta let the world know who you're dealing with. You already know outside everybody else, man. Where you at? You feel me? So your 60 days for your post is up. Like I said, under our jurisdiction and Imperial Motor Appropriate Protocol, you can still law no excuse across the board. So once I sign it in on 13 May 2025, it's in effect. So as soon as I sign and put it on our website based on my authority, you feel me? So that 60 days started that next day. You know what I'm saying? So that happened a week ago. I think what we got 21st day. So you happened a week ago. You feel me? A week plus ago. So you see, so we moving. So this is happening to fall into on our anniversary, which is the 18th anniversary. Okay. So we is who we is. You feel me? And I'm coming to my seat. So and then other stuff we don't have throughout the year, 22 years, 22 years, 22 years, and running this and moving this thing. And so you've been moving. And so as you let them know how your royal houses is docked in, when next step is announcing your MFAIC officials. Okay? So they can, because that's diplomacy, you Minister of Foreign Affairs ambassadors. So they can go out and take care of that, walking directly from my office as royal ambassadors, Imperial ambassadors, to talk to whoever they need to talk to do whatever we need to talk about, whatever we need. You feel me? So that's where we at now. So it's been a long journey on a short path, they say.
Wow.
And a lot of folk wanted riches before they came, the knowledge.
Right.
Riches come with the knowledge. You feel me? You got your own damn lottery ticket. You catch that motherfucker as soon as you sign it. You feel me? I'm talking about over here on this side. You feel me? Because you can't work on the other side. You can't be a diplomat under your own state and work for a foreign state. It's impossible. It's against Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. And it's against what? Diplomatic consular relations too, right? So that lets you know you have to pay yourself through your own currency, through your own function. You feel me? So, that's you open up your normal global bank. You feel me? And register to whoever. It don't make a difference. That's you getting your own server or we in process of because you got your own bank. You got everything. You don't need nobody. We use .us right there because it's our sister country. And you don't see nobody using .us, you feel me? Because you got to show who own it. So me, I'm the sovereign emperor. Of course, I want you to know I own it. You feel me? So that's why you don't see .us out there. You see .com, .org, and all the other stuff they got. That's our jurisdiction in the United States. We only use .us because that's our sister country. And as we keep moving now, and the ambassadors going out there and getting their own server, so that that's part of our as we moving, and then we separating completely from them, and we have our own dot. I ain't gonna put it out right now. You feel me? Well, we all know what it is, right? So, well, but it ain't gonna never be out there. You ain't nobody else coming. So we have our own dot. You got dot UK. You know what I'm saying? You got all that. We have our own dot. That's how you moving. Completely outside jurisdiction. Everybody got authority right there. Wherever you want, live wherever you want, build wherever you want, oversee everything on your land. So I tell y'all they had to go get some ad bills, right? 800. So so he told you in the 4700-year prophecy is what? In that day and time, a true sovereign would appear, right? He said what? When he appears, he's what? His flock nationals now will be what? Small. I think we out of 800 billion niggas in the world, niggas in the world, I think we're pretty small, right? Even just looking at us on the scale of the United States with 300 million, they say, I think we come a little small, right? Just like you can't fit the Volkswagen, I gotta get you a minivan, right?
Right.
And then you move, you see? Come on.
This 54, question 54, full color space. What
You
are
just
the
read
next?
that. That's why I'm telling you about the rural houses.
Right.
That's why I operate my office. You feel me? That's in motion.
Question 55, full color space. How should the sacred citizens prepare themselves spiritually, culturally, and administratively to align with the unfolding imperial and imperial decrees of return and sovereign rebirth? Question mark. Answer, full colon space. Citizens must purify spiritually, reclaim their appellation and language, and submit their repatriation documents in alignment with imperial and imperial law. This preparation affirms identity and obedience to define divine restoration. Explanation, full color space. This guides citizens on how to become whole participants in the natural rebirth with soul, culture, and paperwork aligned.
Me and Cicely always had a problem, right? Well, I can leave it in there for this question. I'll leave it there. But we nationals, you feel me?
Right.
So I imagine down the road may have to implore citizens as we build, you feel me? So as all them doors keep opening, right?
Correct.
All right, come on. Any questions? Y'all good?
I'm good.
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 All right, what you got?
Question 56, full color space. What sacred principles must govern the transmission and protection of the royal scrolls, divine law codes, and national archives as we move forward into global visibility? Question mark. Answer, full color space. Only imperially appointed scribes and archivists may handle sacred documents which must be sealed, encrypted, and protected under divine protocol. Transmission without ceremonial authority is forbidden. Education, full color space. The answer secures the sacred text from corruption and ensures lawful stewardship of the nation's divine record. Signifies imperial and imperial supremacy in law, treaty, and ceremony.
You're damn right. All right, y'all. We're coming up. 57.
57, question 57, full color space. How does all caps H.E.M. view the role of sacred women, queens, and priestesses in the unfolding of imperial and imperial nations, restoration and governance? Question mark. Answer, full color space. Sacred women are divine vessels of balance, prophecy, and nation building, entrusted with law keeping, cultural regeneration, and protection of the moral flame. Their role is equal, essential, and divinely ordained. Explanation, full colon space. Restores rightful visibility and honor to the feminine offices of divine governance via the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council.
I'm about ready to say Eve. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, vital.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Man, that should have been number 58, right? Like, easy, man.
Yes.
All right, sister, y'all see I got you, right? So cut the madness, all right?
They're still quiet.
They still quiet, right? Mom, the word.
That's all right. They're shy. They're
They
coming
gonna throw some, they gonna throw something in chat, don't they? I'm traveling.
All right, come on, 59.
You know, 58, son. You go 58, I'm 57.
Oh,
It's 58 right here.
Oh, okay. I don't want to skip you. All right,
You ain't skipping. I'm with you. I'm watching. Come on.
It's we rolling. All right, 58. Full colon space. What message does all caps H.E.M. offer to foreign sovereigns, religious leaders, and world governments regarding the emergence of the all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR question mark? Let's say that again. Question 58, full colon space. What message does all cap H.E.M. offer to foreign sovereigns, religious leaders, and world governments regarding the emergence of the all caps ECMYE capital IRKR question mark? Answer, full colon space. The all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR stands as a fulfillment of prophecy and sacred return. We invite peace, mutual respect, and divine alignment with those who honor truth and law. Let nations return to righteous covenant.
That's a semicolon. You said colon. That was semicolon up there. You said sacred return, semicolon. You said colon or semicolon.
Okay.
So answer. Read it again. Come on. I'll read the whole thing. Question 58. Colon. Come on.
Question 58. What message does all caps H.E.M. offer to foreign sovereigns, religious leaders, and world governments regarding the emergence of the all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR question mark? Answer, full colon space. The all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR stands as a fulfillment of prophecy and sacred return, colon. We invite peace, mutual respect, and divine alignment with those who honor truth and law. Let nations return to righteous covenant. Explanation, full colon space. Positions the all caps ECMYE all caps IRKR as a spiritual world power offering covenantal diplomacy, not domination.
You got it?
We got it. We made it through.
Made it, didn't you?
And what an ending to the beginning.
Y'all got no question on that? Y'all good? All right, Avenue Free, what you say was going on after this?
We covered it, Emperor, so.
Are we good? What you mean you covered?
You wanted to go with the July 2007, 18 July 2007.
Oh, you got that? Okay.
Right, we covered that on.
So I thought you said there was another slide we had to go over.
Well, we covered that on slide 32 with that.
Okay.
We're good.
All right, then.
Did you mention the biography a little bit?
About who?
You. Your biography.
What about mine?
I thought that
Cass
was mentioned
but Cass said that earlier.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I yield.
Yeah, but Cam had that on the beginning. We had a little issue with the technical to bring their pictures up. I didn't get the one I wanted with Muhammad, but that was cool. He'll be all right. You feel me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what am I looking for here? What am I looking for?
Queen, it's yours.
Music.
Oh no, we ain't jamming like that tonight, dog.
Okay.
Oh no, we done been going. We ain't going 5 hours here, buddy.
Plus.
You feel me? You know, so that's enough for a homeboy. You know, so we had 4 nights. You know what I mean? So we had a good celebration. You feel me? You know, so that makes sense to you.
It does.
Yes, it does.
So only way I'm gonna end this night with my Psalm 91. You feel me?
Yes.
For me.
Yeesh.
Now I'm gonna do this for me. You feel me? So, all right, let me get this. So this for me. You feel me? So I say it's better to do for yourself. You know what I mean? We're gonna be all right, right?
I'm gonna follow for me.
All right, you can cut your shot off though.
Yes.
All right. Psalm 90-1. Parentheses 91, colon space. Under shadow. Let me make it a little bigger for y'all who got them bad eyes, right? Oh, I didn't look too big. Don't do it like that. Y'all see that now? All right, that's good for y'all, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Psalm 90. Excuse me. Psalm 90-1, parentheses 91, colon space. Under shadow protection of the offending flame of the dwellers. Enthroned in flower fire, colon space. Royal shield, royal cross. Begin all acts, breathing and thinking by saying Kalum. All by way of the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower fire / cosmic light. By way of the master, that's 5 deity and 579,999,999 Imperial, that's Royal Grand Assembly / immortal 5 deities. By way of the universal travelers, colon space, well, that all cap. And CMYE-IRK all cap, parentheses, sons of light / space, sons of flame, that's triple darkness. Emperor sees by way of the 7 deities / dwellers, colon space, Utanos, Culturus, Chintao, Angoyana, Huertal, Silvetal, Ardal. By way of all ancient deities, by way of a universal traveler, colon space, dweller, that's Emperor, colon space, his sovereign majesty, colon space, divine royal sovereign crown, all cap prince, colon space, Sam Hu, Samson dash Ray / Sam Hu, a minute dash Ray quote, a Dalo Ye in quotes, giving ear to my words. Over dash Snam, my quote, chanting in a low voice for help, end quote. Oh, ancient ones, colon, cite 3 times. 1, I, says I, Sam Hu, Samson dash Ray / Sam Hu, a minute dash Ray quote, a Dalo Ye end quote, that dwells in the secret hiding place of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of the master, that 5 deity, and universal travelers, colon space, Bolat, all cap, and CMYE-IRK, all cap, parentheses, sons of light / space, sons of flame, that's triple darkness, in parentheses, with past shadow hour, on the shadow of protection of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of the master, that's 5 deity, and universal travelers, colon space, Bolat, all cap, quote, master doctor, end quote, and CMYE-IRK, end quote, ancient one, end quote. 2. I will say of the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, quote, my dash shelter, my dash fortress, and my dash deities, end quote. Also in the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, I will trust. 3. Surely the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master dash fire deity and universe travelers code in space for that all cap and CMYE-IRK will quote deliver end quote me dash connected Sam who Samson dash race dash Sam who a minute dash race quote a daily ye end quote from this quote snare the flaws end quote and from the quote desire pestilence end quote. 4. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower fiber where the master dash fire deity and universe travel code in space for that all cap and CMYE-IRK will cover I, me, myself. Sam who Samson dash race dash Sam who a minute dash race quote a daily ye end quote with their quote wings of fire end quote. And I, me, myself, Sam who Samson dash race dash Sam who a minute dash race quote a daily ye end quote will quote trust under their wings of fire end quote. That truth would be my / our nope. That truth shall be my bad, I guess that truth shall be my quote buckler and shield, end quote. Exclamation point. 5. I says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who a minute, that's race. Will not be afraid of dread of the quote shout out, end quote. Know the quote arrows, end quote, flying by day. Okay, 6. Nor the quote pestilence, end quote, that walks in gloom is parentheses darkness, or destruction sport at noon. Quote, tens of thousands, end quote, will fall at my side, and quote, multitude, end quote, at my right hand, though it will not, quote, draw near to I, me, myself, Sam who Samson, that's right, quote, a daily, end quote, / Sam who Samson, that's right, end quote. 8. Only with my eyes, but I, me, myself, Sam who Samson, that's right, / Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, look, end quote, we see the quarter of the quote, wicked, end quote. 9. Because I says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, have, quote, place, end quote, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by where the master, that's fire deity and universe travelers code of space, for that all cap and CMYE-IRK as my, quote, shelter, end quote, and my, quote, habitation, end quote. 10. I says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, will not be, quote, encounter, end quote, with any, quote, disagreeable, end quote, nor with any, quote, plague, end quote, come near my tent. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire has, quote, issued an order, end quote, or command over me to keep I, me, myself, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, straight in all my ways. 12. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire will bear me up in the quote soul of the infinite flame, end quote, even if I, says I dash connected Sam who Samson, that's right, / Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, daily ye, end quote, smite my, quote, foot, end quote, against a, quote, stone, end quote. 13. I / me, myself, Sam who Samson, that's right, / Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily, end quote, with thread upon the quote, first line and aider, end quote. I, me, myself, Sam who Samson, that's right, / Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, will, quote, trample the young lion and dragon, end quote, under my feet. 14. Because I, Sam who Samson, that's right, / Sam who a minute, that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, have set my, quote, love, end quote, for the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, and the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire by way of the master, that fire deity and universe travelers code of space for that all cap and CMYE-IRK would cause me to, quote, escape, end quote, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire aware the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travelers, code in space, for that all cap, and samurai all cap will set me on quote high, end quote, because I says I, that's connected, Sam who sounds natural, says Sam who, a minute that's right, quote, a daily ye, end quote, have come to know the infinite flame of the dwellers, and thrown in fire away the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travelers, code in space, for that all cap, and samurai all cap names. 15. I, that's I. Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who amended, that's right, a daily yin quote. We called on the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire. And the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire, but with the master, that's Phi deity. And universe travelers, code in space, for that all cap. And Samurai cap would answer me. The infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire, but with the master, that's Phi deity. And universe travelers, code in space, for that all cap. And Samurai cap would be with me in my times of trouble. The infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire, away the master, that's Phi deity, and universe traveler, code in space. For that all cap and samurai all cap would make me, quote, free, end quote, and quote, honor, end quote, me. 16. The infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire will, quote, satisfy, end quote, me with, quote, longer days, end quote, and let that's I, that's connected, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who amended, that's great, quote, a daily ye, end quote, see the infinite flame of the dwellers, quote, salvation, end quote, explanation point, 3 times. I, says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who amended, that's great, quote, a daily ye, end quote, that dwells in the secret hiding place of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travelers, code in space, Colette, all cap, and Samurai, all cap, say sons of light, / space, sons of flame, that trip of darkness, Emperial, we pass the shadow hour, under the shadow of protection of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travelers, code in space, or that all cap, quote, master of darkness, end quote, and Samurai, all cap, quote, ancient one, end quote. 2. I says I will sail the infinite flame of dwellers, and thrown in a flower of fire, quote, my dash shelter, my dash fortress, and my dash deities, end quote. Also in the infinite flame of dwellers, and thrown in a flower of fire, and thrown in a flower of fire. Oh shit. There you go, fucking up. My dash deities, end quote. Also in the infinite flower, and 2. 2. 2. It says, I will sail the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in flower of fire, quote, my dash shelter, my dash fortress, and my dash deity, end quote. Also in the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in flower of fire. It says, I would trust. 3. Surely the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in flower of fire, but where the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travelers, quote, in space, or that all cap, and Samurai cap will, quote, deliver, end quote, me, dash connected. Sam who Samson, that's red / Sam who, a minute, that's red, quote, a daily, end quote, furnace, quote, snare the flaw, end quote, and from the quote, desire, pestilence, end quote. 4. The infinite flame of the dwellers are thrown in flower of fire, but where the master, that's Phi deity, and universe travel, code in space, for that all cap, and Samurai cap will cover I mean myself. Sam who Samson, that's race, Sam who amended, that's right, quote, a daily, end quote, with their quote, wings of fire, end quote. And I mean myself, Sam who Samson, that's race, Sam who amended, that's right, quote, a daily, end quote, will quote, trust under their wings of fire, end quote. Thy truth would be my quote, buckler and shield, end quote, explanation. 5. I says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who amended, that's race, will not be afraid of the dreaded of the quote, shadow hour, end quote. Know the quote, arrows, end quote, flying by day. 6. Know the quote, pestilence, end quote, that walks in gloomness, parentheses, darkness, for the destruction sported at noon. 7, quote, tens of thousands, end quote, would fall at my side and a quote, multitude, end quote, at my right hand, though it would not, quote, draw near to I, me, myself, Sam who a many dash Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, / Sam who, Samson dash Ray, end quote. 8, only with my eyes will I, me, myself, Sam who, Samson dash Ray, / Sam who, many dash Ray, quote, look, end quote, will see the record of the quote, wicked, end quote. 9, because that's I, Sam Samson, that's Ray, that's Sam many, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, have, quote, place, end quote, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower 5, where the master, that's 5 did, and universe travelers, cold in space, for that, all cap, and Samurai, all cap, as my, quote, shelter, end quote, and my, quote, habitation, end quote. 10, I, says I, Sam Samson, that's Ray, that's Sam many, that's Ray, quote, a Adelo ye, end quote, would not be, quote, encounter, end quote, with any, quote, disagreeable, end quote, nor with any, quote, plague, end quote, come near my tent. 11, the infinite flame of the dwellers is thrown in the flower of fire has, quote, issue and order, end quote, or command over me to keep I, me, myself, Sam who, Samson, that's race, that's Sam who, a minute, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, straight in all my ways. 12, the infinite flame of the dwellers and thrown in the flower of fire will bear me up in the quote soul of the infinite flame, end quote, even if says I, that's connected. Sam who, Samson, that's race, that's Sam who, a minute, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, smite my quote foot, end quote, against a quote stone, end quote. 13, I, says I, me, myself, Sam who, Samson, that's Ray, says Sam who, a minute, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, with thread upon the quote, fierce line and aider, end quote. I, says I, me, myself, Sam who, Samson, that's Ray, slash Sam who, a minute, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, will, quote, trample the young lion and dragon, end quote, under my feet. 14, because I, says I, Sam who, Samson, that's Ray, slash Sam who, a minute, that's Ray, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, I've set my, quote, love, end quote, for the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, and the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master, that's fire deity, and universe travelers, cold in space, for that, oh cat, and Samurai cat will cause me to, quote, escape, end quote, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master, that's fire deity, and universe travelers, cold in space, for that, oh cat, and Samurai cat will set me on, quote, high, end quote, because I dash connected Sam who Samson dash race says Sam who amended dash race quote. Adelo ye, end quote, have come to know the infinite flame of dwellers and thrown in a flower of fire, by where the master that's fire deity and universe travelers cold in space. For that all cap and Samurai all cap names. 15, I, says I, Sam who Samson dash race, that Sam who amended dash race, quote, Adelo ye, end quote, we call on the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, and the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, or where the master that fire did, and universe travels cold in space for that, all cap, and Samurai, all cap, will answer me. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, or where the master that fire did, and universe travelers cold in space for that all cap, and Samurai all cap will be with me in my time of trouble. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master that's fire did, and universe travelers cold in space for that all cap, and Samurai all cap will make me quote free, end quote, and for honor, end quote, me. 16, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire will quote satisfy, end quote, me will quote longer days, end quote, and let I dash connected Sam who Samson that's race, that's Sam who a minute that's race, quote, a daily, end quote, see the infinite flame of the dwellers, quote, salvation, end quote, exclamation point, 3 times. I won. I, says I, Sam who Samson dash race, that's Sam who, a minute dash race, quote, a daily ye, end quote, that dwells in the secret hiding place of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master dash fire deity and universe travelers, colon space, Polat or cap, and Samurai or cap, parentheses, sons of light, slash space, sons of flame, that's triple darkness, in parentheses. We're past the shadow hour under shadow protection of the infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of the master, that's fire deity, and universe travelers, colon space, Polat or cap, quote, master of darkness, end quote, and Samurai or cap, quote, ancient one, end quote. 2. I, says I, was still the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, quote, my dash shelter and my dash fortress and my dash deities, end quote, also the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, also in the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, I, since I will trust. 3. Surely the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, where the master, that's fire deity, and universal travel quote space for that all cap, and Samurai cap will quote deliver in quote me dash connected sample dash race slash sample a minute dash race quote a daily end quote for the quote snare the flower end quote and for the quote desire pestilence end quote. 4. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, where the master, that's fire deity, and universal travelers, colon space, Colette, and all cap, and Samurai all cap will cover I myself. Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who. A minute, that's Ray, quote, a dalo ye, end quote, from there, with their, quote, wings of fire, end quote. And I, me myself, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who. A minute, that's Ray, quote, a dalo ye, end quote, will, quote, trust under their wings of fire, end quote. That truth would be my, quote, buckler and shield, end quote. Explanation point. 5. I, says I, Samuel Samson, that's Ray, says Samuel Minnie, that's Ray, will not be afraid of the dreading of the, quote, shadow hour, end quote. Nor the, quote, arrows, end quote, flying by day. 6. Nor the, quote, pestilence, end quote, that walks in gloomness, sees darkness, for destruction sport at noon. 7. Quote, tens of thousands, end quote, will fall at my side, and a, quote, multitude, end quote, in my right hand, though it would not, quote, draw near to I, me, myself, Sam, who sat, many dash ray, quote, a daily, end quote, slash Sam, who sat for dash ray, end quote. 8. Only with my eyes would I, me, myself, Sam, who sat from dash ray, slash Sam, who many dash ray, quote, look, end quote, and see the recorder of the, quote, wicked, end quote. 9. Because I, says I, Sam, who Samson, that's Ray, says Sam, who many, that's Ray, quote, a daily year, end quote, have, quote, place, end quote. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower of fire, where the master, that's fire deity, and universal travelers, colon space, for that all cap, and Samurai cap as my, quote, shelter, end quote, and my, quote, habitation, end quote. 10. I, says I, Sam who Samson, that's race, that Sam who amended that's race, quote, a daily, end quote, will not be, quote, encounter, end quote, with any, quote, disagreeable, end quote, nor with any, quote, plague, end quote, come near my tent. 11. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire has, quote, issue and order, end quote, of command over me to keep I, me, myself, sample, that's the race, that sample of minute, that's great, quote, a daily year, end quote, straight in all my ways. 12. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire will bear me up in the, quote, soul of the infinite flame, end quote. Even if I, says I, disconnected sample, that's right. That sample of minute, that's right, quote, a daily year, end quote, smite my, quote, foot, end quote, against a, quote, stone, end quote. 13. I, says I, me, myself. Sam who? 13. I, says I, me, myself. Sam who, Samson, that's race, that Sam who admitted that's race, quote, a daily, end quote, with thread upon the, quote, fifth line and aider, end quote. semicolon. I says I, me mama self, Sam who Samson, that's right, says Sam who a minute that's right, quote, a day ye end quote, will quote trample. Your young lion and dragon end quote under my feet. 14. Because I says I, Sam who Samson, that's right, says Sam who a minute that's right, quote, a day ye end quote. I set my quote love end quote for the infinite flame of the dwellers. Enthroned in the flower of fire, and the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master that's fire deity, and universe travels called space for that all cat, and Samurai cat would cause me to quote escape end quote. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master that's fire deity, and universe travelers called space for that all cat, and Samurai cat would set me on quote high end quote. Because I says I dash connected sample that's race, that sample omitted that's right for a daily info. I've come to know the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, but where the master dash fire deity and universe travels, holding space for that or cat and samurai or cat names. 15. I says I sample that's race, that sample omitted that's right for a daily info. We call on the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire. And the infinite flame of the dwelling enthroned in the flower of fire, where the master that's fire deity and universe travelers, cold in space, for that all cap and samurai all cap will answer me. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, where the master that's fire deity and universe travelers, cold in space, for that all cap and samurai all cap will be with me in my times of trouble. The infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, where the master that's fire deity and universe travel with code in space for that all cap and samurai cap will make me quote free end quote and quote honor end quote me. 16. The infinite flame of the dwellers thrown in flower fire will quote satisfy end quote me with quote longer days end quote. And let I says I that's connected sample that's race that sample minute that's race quote a daily end quote. See the infinite flame of the dwellers, quote, salvation, end quote, exclamation point 3 times. As I, says I will, so mote it be. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Semicolon, I'm shaking. So be it, so it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen, Uru, and power. I, says I shall have, end quote. Thank you, each colon space, smiley face. Psalms 2, recite one time. 1. Why are the nations of the earth in an uproar? Question mark. And why do the people mutter, resist, parentheses, plot, in parentheses, in vain? Question mark. All right, let's do that over. 1. Why are the nations of the earth in an uproar? Question mark. And why do the people mutter, parentheses, plot in vain? That's the question mark. 2. The popes, kings, queens, heads of state, United Nations states, sovereign states, family lineages, et al., and its agents, policy holders, coded partisan officers not limited on the earth. Stand up, parentheses, take their stand, in parentheses, and the rulers take counsel, parentheses, conspire, in parentheses, together against the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, and against the anointed one of the dwellers, colon space, Sam who Samson that's race us, Sam who a many that's rape, quote, a daily ye, end quote. 3, quote, let us break their bands asunder, parentheses, tear off their chains, in parentheses, and cast away their cords from us, parentheses, free ourselves from their restraints, in parentheses, end quote. 4. The infinite flame of the dwellers is thrown in flower fire that sitteth in the quote, Imperial and Imperial, when just the houses of Orulu, end quote, laughed, semicolon. The infinite flame of the dwellers by way of the master that's fire deity, and universe travel, colon space, whole at all cap, and samurai all cap, half them in derision, parentheses, ridicule them, in parentheses, 5. Then with the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower fiber, where the master, that 5 deity, and universe travel, colon space, whole at all cap, and samurai speak unto them in the infinite flame of the dweller's wrath, parentheses, anger, in parentheses, and affright, parentheses, terrifies, in parentheses, them in their soul, displeasure, parentheses, wrath, in parentheses, 6. Truly, it is I, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower fiber, where the master, that's 5 deity, and universe travelers, code of space, Holeo cap, and Semireo cap, that has established the dweller, that's emperor, of the soul of the infinite flame of the dwellers, colon space, Sam who Samson, that's race, that's Sam who amended, that's race, a daily info upon Zion, the divine mountain of the dwellers. 7. I will declare, parentheses, declare, of the decree, colon space, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, said unto me, colon space, quote, thou art my son / ray, end quote. This day, 21st July 2025, quote, not from touch to wave, 28 January 1591, wave to wave, the beginning, end quote, have I begotten thee. As of I, the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower fire, will give you, Samuel Samson, that's Ray, says Samuel Minnie, that's Ray, quote, a daily year, quote, the nations for thy inheritance, and the ends of the earth for thy possession, explanation point. 9, thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, semicolon, thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel, 10, now therefore, quote, oh, end quote, ye popes, kings, queens, heads of state, United Nations states, sovereign states, family lineages, and its agents, policyholders, co-dash parties, and officers not limited. Be wise, semicolon, be admonished, ye judges of the earth. 11, serve the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in flower fire with fear, and rejoice with trembling. 12, do homage and purity, least the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower fire be angry, and you perish in the way when suddenly the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower fire's wrath is kindling. Parentheses, the infinite flame of the dwellers, quote, anger may ignite at any moment, in parentheses. Happy all day to take refuge in the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower fire, semicolon. As I, says, I will smoke it be. Chanting enchantment is done. Chanting enchantment is done. Chanting enchantment, and it is done. Semicolon. A shay all cap dash. So it is. So a shay all cap, so be it. So it is, it definitely shall be, quote, Zen, Uru, and power I, says I shall have, end quote. Thank you. East coast space, yin and yang. 6-point star, royal cross, smiley face. So like on Zen right here, I don't say dash because that's solid. So you say Zen, solid, that one. Uru, for those who don't know. Normally like here on shell cat, solid, that dash, so be it. So that's how we read behind the scenes. So I had to explain y'all. We don't need that one tonight. Y'all ain't ready for that one. Song 5, we good. We gonna keep with the flow, all right? So then we're gonna recite this 3 times, okay? Here thou, y'all ready? Those who is listening, when I get to know ye, you can pronounce your appellation. And silently, okay? And then we're gonna keep rolling, all right? All right. So, hear thou and understand the flame, the source of all things, containing all things potentiality, order set forth light is the word, all cap. And from the word, all cap, come life, all cap, and existence of all. The life all cap is in thee is the word all cap. Find out a life all cap within thee. Have power use of the word all cap. Know ye the life all cap is but the word all cap of the fire all cap. The life all cap for ye see before thee is but the word all cap in the world as a fire. Seek ye the path to the word all cap powers shall surely be thine. All right. Hear thou and understand. The flame, the source of all things, contain all things potentiality. The order that sent forth light is a word all cap. From the word all cap come life all cap and the existence of all. The life all cap in thee is the word all cap. Find down the life all cap within thee. Find out life all cap within thee, have powers to use of the word all cap. Know ye the life all cap is but the word all cap of the fire. The life all cap forth ye seek before thee is but the word all cap in the world as a fire. Seek ye the path to the word all cap, powers shall surely be thine. Hear thou and understand. The flame is the source of all things, containing all things of potentiality. The order that sent forth light is the word all cap, and from the word all cap come life all cap and the existence of all. The life all cap in thee is the word all cap. Find out a life all cap within thee and have powers to use of the word all cap. Know ye. Semicolon, that life all cap is but the word all cap of the fire all cap. The life all cap for ye seek before thee is but the word all cap in the world as a fire. Seek ye the path to the word all cap, and powers shall surely be thine. Thank you. East, colon, space, 6-pointed star, yin and yang, royal cross, smiley face. In all acts, breathing, thinking, by saying, Cologne. All by way of the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, / cosmic light. By way of the master, that's 5 deity of 579,999,999 Imperial. And Imperial, that's Royal Grand Assembly, / immortal 5 deities. By way of the universal travelers, code of space, for that all cap, and Samurai all cap, parentheses, sons of light / space, sons of flame - triple darkness, in parentheses. By way of the 7 deities / dwellers, code of space, Utanos, Huturis, Chintal, and Guyana, Huertiles, and Vata, or Thou. By way of all ancient deities. By way of a universal traveler, code of space, Sam who's Sam that's race, / Sam who many that's race, quote, a daily info, code of space. Speak then I, says I, these words that must be obeyed by way of the dweller of an owl that brings about life, code of space. Quote, quote, and turn infinite flame of the dwellers, enthroned in the flower of fire, says cosmic light, with humility, I, Sam who that's race, that Sam who many that's race, quote, a daily info. Thank the infinite flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire for accepting me and all my blessings, and for blessing me with the knowledge of my inner strength and wisdom. I ask for peace and love for all my affirmations to be heard on earth and in the entire galaxy. And with trust, I beseech thee, please infuse these affirmations with universal power and the force of universal strength. May the rest of my / our life be the best of my / our life. And may all my / our travels be open, clear, and safe. Semicolon. Surely in time ye are one with the master. Surely by right ye are one with the master. Surely by right ye are one with the all cap, exclamation point 3 times. As I will, so mote it be. Chant enchantment is done. Chant enchantment, and it is done. Chant enchantment, and it is done. Semicolon. Ashe, all cap. So be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen, Uru, and power I, says I shall have. Quote, Zen, Uru, and power I, says we shall have. And y'all put y'all name in the affirmation. End quote. Thank you. Each semicolon. Know thyself. Colon space. Royal cross. Smiley face. All right. By way of the 7 digits that dwellers, colon space, Utanas, Quaturis, Chintau, Ingriana, Reptile, Sinveta, Aldal, and 7 digits that Elohim, colon space, Mikael or Mikael, Gabriel, Raphael, Israel, Uriel, Uziel, Israel. For those who believe in that Christian stuff, then the 7 archangels, all right? So you should know your stuff, right? Well, we're the 7 oak duets. Colon space, Nunet, Hicket, Kick, Amunet. We could say 6-point star, row across, yin yang, smiley face. Up on the top end, with the 7 deity dwellers and Elohims, 6-point star, yin yang, row across, smiley face, semicolon. By way of the 9 suggest, quote, end quote, colon space, Amen Ray. Shu, Tifnut, Gib, Nut, Asaru, or Set, Shutuk, Nef, Dash, Hit, quote, Nephis, end quote. Yin Yang, Royal Cross, 6-point star, Snotty face, semicolon. By way of the 5 races of creators grew us, colon space, 1, Elus, 2, Anunnaki, 3, Nomos, 4, Tamos, that's Rayat, / ancient Egyptians with the eye, and all of us who are what, y'all? All cap is bees. As I will suppose it be. Chanting enchantment and it is done. Chanting enchantment and it is done. Chanting enchantment and it is done. Semicolon. A shell cap. So be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote. Zen. Uru. And power I. Says we shall have. End quote. Check with that. Arlet. Wamalites. Semicolon. Thank you. Each coat. Smiley face. Royal coat of arms. Know thyself. In. Royal coat of arms. How you feel? Yeesh.
Smiley face.
Y'all all right? Y'all got the energy?
Smiley face.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So y'all have we got a good call tonight? Y'all we get it all done?
Oh,
So we can
yeah.
move forward
Yes,
now?
we did.
All hands on deck now. We ready to roll?
All hands on deck.
Let's roll.
All hands on deck.
My stuff so long we had to take 2 days to get me out of here, right? But we good, all right?
You good?
Yeah, we organic, we shake shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That was a good show, y'all. I'm finna cut this count. I'm finna cut this stop share. All right, Bacay, you ready to close this thing out?
Yes, indeed.
Come on, let's do it. Unless they got something for me, anybody got something? I'm not gonna jam with y'all tonight. I'm gonna jam by myself, all right?
All right.
And that's called close my eyes, get some sleep. You feel me? We've been rolling, ain't we?
Man.
Holy 4 days.
Hey man, you know we right back at it. We right back at it 8 in the morning. You feel me?
8 in the morning. Yeah.
And y'all know what we got on the plate, Nate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know that's all that full motion, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. All right, come on.
All right. Before we close part 4 of a live impromptu call for the 18th anniversary celebration of the founding of the Continental Moorish Yemisi Empire and the profound work of all caps H.E.M. Over these 22 years, I ask our listening audience to keep in mind that His Imperial Majesty has decreed and granted limited delegated authority to all nominationals, non-executive directors, in parentheses, all caps NEDs, and non-directors, in parentheses, NDs, who are skilled and qualified to operate the sovereign state jurisdiction. The purpose of this decree is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce, technology, and finance and cultural variegations for the properly formed and operational republic state. in harmony with _ the Imperial, all caps all caps CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. In closing, I/we would like to thank a universal traveler, dweller emperor, his imperial majesty, in parentheses, all caps H.E.M, close parentheses, Samhu Samson-Ray /Samhu Amini-Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, and I/we would like to thank the Imperial Royal Princess, Princess Huhaika Samson-L, for her presence during this celebration. Over, I extend much gratitude to all of our Imperial and Imperial Dynamic readers and Nama-nationals working behind the scene. It is my pleasure along with the Nama Earthkeepers, to thank you, our viewing and listening audience, for your attendance, cooperation, and your active participation. With that, we say, Salam alaikum, ma'at shawuth, and may the dwellers be with all of us divine beings, ! And may you continue to be a universal traveler, dweller, emperor, Shamhu, Amini-Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, divine being, ! Eesh.
I don't know how to be nothing else now, right?
Yeesh.
Smiley face.
I ain't see your face there, big hand. You kind of blank on me over there.
Huh?
I ain't see that light on.
It's on. Let's see.
Oh, okay. You were rolling too. You ain't see that light shining. I was like, look at it. You were rolling. I don't know what's on your device.
Was working.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't know.
There that light go. Y'all see that light pop on? Boom.
So let's do that last part.
All right, come on, let's do it again.
With that we say, Salam alaikum ma'at shawuth, and may the dwellers be with all of us divine beings, ! And may you continue to be a universal traveler, dweller emperor, Samhu, Amini-Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, divine being, ! Ish, ! Smiley face, !
I don't have to be nothing right. You hear me? I said I don't have to be nothing else now, right?
That's right.
Yeesh.
Come on.
Appreciate y'all, man. That was good. We had a good day. We brought the Empress back up. We got it done for real, y'all. That's doing it. You feel me? So now we got that. We got our mock training. Let's get busy, right?
Let's get busy.
Get busy.
Gratitude for 18 years. Gratitude.
Say what? Say it again.
Gratitude for 18 years from CF.
Appreciate you, brother.
That's right.
Appreciate you. We on 19 now. You know 19 supreme mathematics, right?
That's right. Supreme mama.
And then we on 23 years for the going all back through the embassy contract. You feel me? So we got country 18, government 23, right? We rolling, right? 19, 22 on the government, 19 on the country here.
Country, yes.
And then the government is 22. So we're in the 23rd year already. And now we're in the 19th year. So as I'm coming to my seat, right? Well, I'm already in it. I'm just notifying everybody, you know. So it's already in motion, right?
About to sit down, yep.
There you go. I like that one. So you ready to sit down? I like that one. That was the best one of the night, right? All right, y'all ain't got no me off chip off nothing. Y'all good?
We're good.
All right, y'all.
Good. Gratitude,
3,
Emperor.
2, 1.
Each.
Each.